football show. George Whitfield, it's been all year long to get here. I'm surrounded by my guys, Christian Hackenberg, Trevor Knight, Bryce Petty you'll see soon. But we're going to start here at Ellison Brewing Company with one of the most powerful people in all of sport, Alabama Athletic Director Greg Byrne, as he smoothly looks around. Sir, welcome on. So excited to have you on. So many things to talk about game and other situations. We wanted to take this conversation differently from the office that you drive and maintain and get your perspective on it.
Yeah, I'll start off here, and I know you get asked these questions all the time. It's a huge topic of conversation in the college football landscape, but what are your thoughts from the seat that you sit in on the playoff expansion? What's the hesitancy? Are we excited about it? Are we moving forward? Give us a little insight to what that looks like.
Yeah, what I try to do is find a balance in what takes place. Obviously, the 4-team playoff has worked very well for Alabama. Coach Saban and I talk about that's where we have the number of games has been a good model that's fit. At the same time, too, I've had other experiences in college sports. One of the things that you want to have is fans to have hope, right? Hope is a good thing going into the year. Say, man, this is going to be our year. I watched Oregon State University implode their west side of the stadium this week. I used to be the fundraiser there. That was it. That was the nice side of the stadium. And so you see the growth that they've even had at Oregon State. Say hope is a wonderful thing. At the same time, too, the number of games that you play over the course of a year is significant. Last year, in 2020, we played 10 SEC games. We played an SEC championship. We played 2 playoff games. That was a lot. And so, how do you thread that? And what's the right thing? I think inevitably it's going to expand. But I think we need to look collectively at how do we approach the season. What's the calendar look like? How much time? What are you doing for practice? I know there's a thought process. From maybe when y'all played, that hey, you got 2-a-days. You're grinding it out all year long. A lot of practice now. There's not a lot of contact. Okay, you're in shells at most, and so I think we're going to have to look at the season collectively. I think it would be good for the game of college football to where fans have hope with what's going on, but I also think we need to balance the experience for the kids and make sure that it's a first-class experience and that they can prepare in a way for the playoff, but also think about the long term too.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to kind of shift gears a little bit. Something that we've talked about has been new to the landscape of college football, even since we were in it not too long ago. I'll give Trevor a little bit of credit there for not being too far removed from it, but was the whole NIL and how people are dealing with it. I know I've had some conversations at my alma mater at Penn State about it, and they've done some unique things about trying to manage it in a way where it's equal opportunity for as many athletes as possible. Give us some insight at Alabama. How obviously with the caliber of players that you guys have, there's some real opportunities out there, specifically with your football team. Is there a way from your administrative position that you guys have tried to create a map, a roadmap, a landscape, what's good, what's bad, and then obviously with the news coming out with Coach Saban and Kirby Smart and a few other people being fairly critical of it and asking for more regulation, asking for more bumpers to be able to make it a good thing and not be abused?
Yeah, obviously, the fact that Bryce Young, our quarterback, is able to have the opportunity for he and his family is a very good thing. It's
right.
Healthy for him. And I think his teammates are excited for those opportunities that come along. When NIL started getting discussed more heavily, really almost 10 or so years ago, there was some discussion where I think maybe Bob Bowlesby, the commissioner of the Big 12, said, well, hey, listen, you don't have – they compare it to the Olympic model. And they said, well, they do it in the Olympics, it works out fine. You don't have recruiting in the Olympics, okay? And every time you'd say, well, this is going to be a fair market value with what's taking place, recruiting changes that and everything. I've been in NFL facilities, right? Training facilities. You go to Alabama, it's a whole nother level. And so there's investment that we make in the young men and the young women in our program that are real dollars to help them give the best opportunity to develop to their maximum ability, academically, athletically, socially. And so what is happening now is you're seeing it creep, not even creep, it's full throttle in the recruiting world where they want to know, well, if I come to Alabama, if I go to this other school, how does this compare? Our data is pretty good at Alabama. Our kids have have had some incredible opportunities. But in the state of Alabama, I can't create a deal. As the athletic director, I can't say, hey, now Bryce or whoever else, you need to go see this person, and they may be able to do an NIL deal for you. That's illegal. So right now, I think state laws are going to continue to be tweaked with and adjusted. I think there'll be opportunities that will continue. I also think there's great opportunities for women. We have a Montana Fouts on our softball team's pitcher.
Yeah.
She's a rock star.
Yeah.
She's benefiting from it. So I think that theory is great, but I also think I want it to be where it's actually what their market demands. I've talked to NFL presidents. Y'all know, does your left guard get NIL deals? No, they really don't for the most part. I'm sure there's some exceptions, but you're already seeing that in the college space because of what's taking place from a recruiting standpoint. We do need guardrails, and when people talk about this, they say, oh, you're just making excuses. It's reality.
Yeah.
There is not an endless amount of money, all right? And so what we invest in academically, athletically, across the board, if you're at our place, not counting $1 in salaries, not $1, okay? Not counting $1 in facility investments. Full ride, out of state, we're spending about $142,000 a year on your scholarship, on what we do nutritionally, what we do strength and conditioning for you, what we do medically for you, what we do mental health for you, and all you read about is unpaid labor. I'm like, man, for being unpaid labor, I go back and look at our budgets and say, we're spending a lot of money, and that's not only just for the football guys, that's if you're on a full ride scholarship in any women's sport or any of our other men's sports. And I truly believe in that model of giving a broad-based program. It means a lot. At Alabama, we lead the country in softball attendance. We lose our shorts as far as financially on the program, but we think there's value in having those things. And at some point, that needs to be recognized in this discussion of how do we framework what's ahead. I'm really happy that NIL is happening, but we got to have it be where it is truly market-driven is where we need to land with this thing.
Right. So coming off of the NIL and playoff expansion, we also want to get your thoughts on conference expansion. Your conference has taken on two royal brands in Texas and Oklahoma. How does that come to be? How much does that come across your desk and saying, we want this, or let's slow down? And are we done with conference expansion? Will this eventually get down to 4 power conferences?
Are we done with conference expansion? I don't think you can ever say never, right? Do I know of anything that's going on right now? No, I don't. I think what you saw with Texas and Oklahoma, because of the power of what the SEC represents, because college sports is continuing to evolve, both of those institutions saying that's who we want to be associated with for the long haul. I don't blame them. I'd feel the same way if I were them. There is real value if you're in Austin, Texas, to have Alabama, to have Georgia, to have Florida, Tennessee, whoever it may be, come into your venue and have those as home games. We've changed our model at Alabama. When I first got there, we were doing neutral games. We played Miami this year. Next year, we go to Austin, Texas for our second game of the year, and we have a home and home with Texas. We've got home and homes on the books in the next 10 years with Ohio State, with Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, all sorts of really great programs. And I was talking to Reese Davis one day, who's an Alabama alum. I said, can you imagine Tuscaloosa when Ohio State comes to town that week? They're going to be talking about that all year.
Oh my God.
And so I think we need to do for the good of the game. We talked about the 12-team playoff and positives and negatives of that. What we need to do for the good of the game, for the good of the student athletes, is make good long-term decisions that creates interest from coast to coast. People are going to be interested in college football when you have the big brands match up against one another. Sure. And there's anticipation for that. I know it's an all-SEC final. There's some folks that may be not quite as excited about that. I guarantee you when the numbers come out, tomorrow or the next day, whenever the numbers are going to come out, they're going to be really strong. Because you got two very strong programs. The job Kirby's done with Georgia is outstanding. People, obviously, with the historical track that Coach Saban and our program has been very fortunate to be a part of, that draws eyeballs. And so drawing eyeballs creates interest long term. I read the other day, not to be critical of any other league, that one of the non-New Year's Day bowl games let's say the Armed Forces Bowl, for instance. I think it outdrew Steph Curry breaking the 3-point record.
Wow.
That shows you the value of college football. That's a great thing. Let's make sure we're making good decisions long term for the health and well-being of the kids, of the universities, and conferences and where they're aligned is a part of that. But geographically, for Texas and Oklahoma, it makes a lot of sense.
How does that work mechanically? So is the idea that you want to keep those two together, just like you guys are matched with LSU and the state of Mississippi? Are they both going to squeeze in the West as well, or does Missouri kick over? How does that work?
Good question. We don't know yet. We actually have some meetings in the next couple months that we'll get more granular about that. Right now, we've seen it where, and it's been out. People have put them together. You've seen pods. You've seen all 1 to 16. Where we end up, I do think, from my desk, and I've talked to Coach Saban about this quite a bit. I think it's important that we create fresh matchups. Auburn and Tennessee and LSU, those are all 3 schools that we've had a long history with, some more than others. At the same time, too, for us to get to play Georgia more than 2 times in 10 years or 12 years, that's good for it. Yep. For us to play Florida more than that, that's a good thing for us. Heck, for us to make sure we get into Texas on a regular basis with A&M and Texas long term, that's important to us too because of recruiting. So I think whatever we can do from a structure standpoint in football that creates freshness and scheduling, that's good again for the institutions. That's good for the kids. Love playing in those games. Yeah. I mean, you all know that.
No doubt.
I'm not going to name any schools, but when we're playing an SEC contest compared to another game that maybe doesn't have that same buzz, you as players,
right.
The locker,
that's what you came there
practice
for.
Was different that week.
Feelings different, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Switching gears a little bit, you've obviously had history coming to this game. You've seen the look in the eye of the players, of the coaches, all those things. What's the feeling right now with your program? Do these guys have a look in their eye? Are you excited to go watch these guys tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly mean this. Like, people say, "Hey, congrats, good job on making the championship." It's like, man, I feel so fortunate to be just a little small part of it. I'm getting to know the kids, being around them. Being around the coaches and the staff and seeing the hard work pay off for, you guys know what it's like, and all of a sudden in July when you're in there working out and it's hot and humid and you're doing your workouts, and to see this type of opportunity for them. But one of the things Coach Saban does so many things at such a high level, but he keeps the task at hand, the focus, making sure that we're not listening too much to the outside noise, because these things have changed, man. When you go in the locker room now after a game, coach, whatever sport it is, I'm not saying Alabama football, I'm just saying sports in general, they get done with a game, coach talks, they do whatever they have to do media-wise, training room, but even when they're in the training room, they're on these things. Yeah. They're right there seeing what Instagram looks like and Twitter looks like and everything else. But put all that aside, they've been focused. We got a good few days here in Indy. We're excited at this great opportunity to go out and play well and have a game that I think a lot of people are going to be interested in. And for those guys on the team, that our coaches, what an opportunity. Let's go make the most of it. And we're going against a great program, and hopefully we can go play well and come out on the right side of it.
That's right.
Speaking of playing well and the SEC, it's been the most dominant force in the playoffs since the playoffs have started. All the talk about expansion, going to 12 teams. Playoff expands, that's more opportunities. You guys have expanded from 14 to 16 pretty soon. What should the SEC and its fans expect out of a 12-team playoff? 2 seats? 3 seats? Because you can always make a case that the runner-up in the SEC should be one of the 4 teams in the college football playoff.
Right.
So if you do expand, now what does it reasonably look like? How many of your brethren should expect seats in a 12-team playoff?
Well, obviously, I think with our track record, we will have a significant presence in that. We're going to continue to invest in our program to make sure we're doing everything we can to have one of those seats. there's debate right now. Is it 6 automatic qualifiers? What's that number? Is it the 4 top conference champions that would get a bye if we end up with 12? Then if we have 6 at-larges, the SEC is going to be one that's going to have a chance for a number. Whether it's 2, whether it's 3, and have 4 or 5 teams in a 12-person playoff. I could see that at times. I think it'd be a heck of an opportunity. The tagline for the SEC could not be more appropriate. It just means more. Yeah. There's a reason why young men and young women. I think at Alabama, it was about a year or so ago that I studied it. It's like 18% of our student athlete makeup for all of our sports come from what is the Pac-12 footprint. Kids in California, kids in Utah, kids in Washington, and I may be off a little bit in the number, but that they say, I want to go be a part of that in that stage between the SEC Network, ESPN. There's a reason the brand of the SEC schools and the brand of any school. And there's great programs across the country. But the stage that you get to be on when you come to Alabama, or let's say, the reason why Lincoln went to SC, going to USC or going to some other great programs, that gives them a stage to catapult, to maximize their ability as an athlete, as a person. And again, back to things when you talk about NIL, and at least giving credit to, there is value to that. If it's 10 guys, let's say basketball, playing pickup basketball out in the street corner there, you put a camera there, and they may be high-level guys. If LeBron James shows up, it's one thing, right? But if it's almost anybody else, and they don't have that jersey or something that they recognize, correct, it's going to be
the brand that does bring presence, opportunities.
So kind of what you were talking about. You've been at Alabama, I believe, since 2017.
Yeah, five years now.
Yeah. So you've seen kind of that tail end of Coach Saban and what he's built there and how he's done it. What has it been like working with him? How much of an impact do you think he's had in building that out and sustaining that success and creating that national footprint that Alabama has, and not only just Alabama, but also, like you were saying, the entire Southeastern Conference? I mean, me, even as a kid in Virginia, like that's where you wanted to go play. That's where your eyes were on, and I think that's the case for a lot of kids growing up all over the place. So, specifically with Coach Saban, how much of an impact, what are some traits, what are some things, having worked with him for the past 5 years and got to know what he's about and how he does it, what are some things that he does that you think are unique and have been a big impact?
Right, well, first of all, I hope it's not on the tail end, but I still think he has a lot of energy and enthusiasm. I actually live right around the corner from him. I could tell you to the minute almost every day if you want to see him pull out of his driveway, what time you want to be in front of his driveway. His structure, and not only does he talk the talk to the team, he walks it himself every single day. Funny side story, I had just gotten to town. I got hired in January of 17, and so you get there, you're drinking out of a fire hose trying to figure out where everything is. And so we get to the late spring, early summer, and there's a kiddie camp, and my office overlooks our practice fields. And we got 500 kids out on our practice fields, from elementary, middle school age kids. And I look down there, and there's a guy in a straw hat just coaching his tail off. I'm like, I'm on a conference call, got my AirPods in, and I'm like, how's Coach Saban down there just coaching his tail off with the kiddies, little kiddies? He gives whatever it is, he gives it his all every single day. What you see with that just follows through with everything else he does. And he and I were talking one day. And I was talking about, he's famous for eating his Little Debbie's for breakfast, and he eats the same salad for lunch every day. And we were talking, and I was getting a little bit of a hard time. I said, man, don't you want to try something else? He said, Greg, some people see food as just something that, as enjoyment, as a pleasure in life. He said, I see it as fuel. Keep going, keep moving forward. Wow. That approach every single day is what makes him so special. And the impact, obviously, we've had 2 iconic coaches in our program's history, Coach Bryant and Coach Saban. We've had other great ones as well, Coach Stallings and many others. Yep. But most programs haven't had one, let alone 2. And so one of the things we have tried to do is make sure that we learn from the time between Coach Bryant and Coach Saban and let's strengthen the areas that maybe we weren't as strong as during those times, and to keep him going as long as he physically and mentally wants to. And I can tell you, I'm around him on a regular basis. His energy level is still really high, and so I think it's something that the difference that he and his wife, Miss Terry, have made on our university, on the game of football, on our state. It's historical. Yeah. I mean, I think you compare him to Coach Wooden. I hear that at times. I think that's fair. What the impact that he and Miss Terry. And the last thing is, I'll say, at Alabama, our leadership does an incredible job, from our president of our university to our trustees for our university to our system office, our chancellor, everybody. Everybody works collectively together to say, let's be as great as we possibly can. And in 2007, when he got to town, enrollment was about 18,000 students. We're at 38,000 students now. I remember the first time I ever went to Tuscaloosa in 2002. I used to run back then, and I ran through downtown. It was a night game that we were going to play, and it was, a lot of vacancy signs in downtown Tuscaloosa. There wasn't the development, and now you go through, and it's just hopping and popping, and there's energy. I went to middle school and high school in Eugene, Oregon, when my dad was AD at Oregon in the 80s. I've got classmates from Sheldon High School in Eugene, Oregon, who have kids at Alabama.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So there's that brand and there's recognition, and that's something that we cannot take for granted and be complacent with in any manner. We got to keep moving forward every single day.
That's awesome. Incredible.
We cannot thank you enough. One of the most influential members in all of college football, in the most transitional time that we've ever seen. There's so much change, and to get a chance just to sit and you share with us your thoughts from within the realm, it was an honor. Thank you so much.
Thanks for taking the time.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Roll Tide.
Greg Byrne, Athletic Director, Alabama, with us on the field of 12. We'll be back in a minute.
All right. Thanks,
Super
man.
nice to meet
Oh,
you.
man. The heels of Alabama's tip of the spear there, Hack. Trevor, Bryce, I know you just caught all of that. Let's follow up with what Mr. Byrne just gave us. Playoff expansion, he was honest when he said, listen, those at-large berths, a couple of those are going to belong to us. If I give you guys, I grant the three of you, you are now college commissioners. You're the king of college football. The first three things you would do for the playoffs and the sport would be what? Bryce, we'll go with you first.
Oh man, that's probably a laundry list of things, right? But I mean, I do think if I did take over the realm on that, one, we have to talk about this expansion. I think everybody's kind of talking about it in its own right. You know, what you would do, what makes the most sense is the 8 teams or the 12 teams. You keep it the same. I think the most sense to me would make sense would be 8 teams. You know, I think you take the biggest at large. You good?
Yep.
And the mic.
Oh, gotcha. The mic's off. I think you take the conference champions, and then I think you take the highest ranking of those champions. Obviously, get the automatic bid into the playoff.
How many teams, Bryce?
I like 8 teams. I like 8 teams as it sits right now.
8?
Yeah, I like 8 teams. I think once you start getting to 12, it's too hard to kind of pick. some of these at-large schools or the Big Five as opposed to Power Five to come in there. So I like 8 teams to start off. Secondly, I really like to have a balance in terms of what a Power Five school is. I really wanted to do something with Notre Dame. I think you had to put them in a conference. I know that's weird, kind of singling them out.
Yeah.
But I think that they're always in the hunt in the playoff committee. They end up getting their butt
Fairly,
kicked.
are you saying it's fair or unfair, their path to the playoffs?
Well, I mean, if they're not in a conference and you go to an 8-team or a 12-team playoff, they don't need to be in a conference. So I think it's completely unfair for Notre Dame to not be in a conference. Get your butt in there and play a team and play a conference. With the same schedule, just like everybody else's, path to the committee. I mean, to the championship.
Yeah, that's an interesting point because you look at Alabama, or you look at Notre Dame and their ability to schedule whomever they want.
Right.
They can make that path as hard or as easy as they decide.
Exactly right.
And if they run the table, to your point, what do you do with them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're there, they do it, and then you have a one-loss SEC team, and you have maybe. With the growth and strength of the East and the Big Ten, you have a one-loss Ohio State or a one-loss Michigan or something like that. That's a tough conversation to have, and I think that's a very good, astute point right there.
I thought Greg Byrne gave us some really good insight. We just had Greg Byrne on the show. For those just tuning in here, we're at Ellison Brewing Company in Indianapolis. Greg Byrne, the athletic director at Alabama, sat here and just told us that it goes way beyond what we as fans want in terms of a playoff schedule. They've got to worry about nutrition. They've got to worry about these players' bodies. They've got to worry about NIL. There are so many different things that go into this. Finals, school, all that stuff that go into making this decision, and they're having those conversations. That being said, he did say we will see this expansion. We just don't know what it looks like yet. I'm joining Bryce. I think an 8-team playoff makes sense. You double the number of teams that get in. I know they were going to be talking about number 9. Who's the first person out? That will always be there. But you double the teams and you only add 1 game to the schedule for these guys. It's 3 rounds instead of 2, right?
So who in an 8-team playoff for both of you?
Here we go. The dogs are here, boys.
It's 12:30. I thought it'd be way sooner.
I did too. They're waking up. They're starting to wake up. They're moving around a little bit. They're starting to get.
No, y'all do what y'all do.
So, for the two of you, an 8-team playoff. Who are the automatic seats? Who are the placeholders for?
Well, Bryce kind of mentioned it.
Yeah.
Is it the Power 5 kind of top juggernauts, right? Or is it completely just top-seeded 8 teams, regardless what that looks like?
Well, you're the commissioner, so which way are we going?
I think it's the top 8 seeds. Whatever that scopes out to be, you'll still have a committee that ranks these guys going in. I don't think you can give an automatic bid to the Power 5. It will turn out that way. Greg Byrne made a great point too. At Alabama in the last decade, they haven't had to worry about 4 teams, 8 teams, 100 teams. They've been at the top.
So you mean an automatic bid for the group of 5? You said that's not necessary.
I don't think so.
So an undefeated, this situation, Cincinnati, if they happen to be 9th, there's some one-loss teams in front, and now are we going off of AP poll, or are we going off of college playoff committee who can kind of move things as they see fit? What happens if an undefeated Cincinnati's undefeated at 9?
I don't think you see that. I don't think you see an undefeated team fall all the way to 9. You just look at the history of college football, and you don't have that many undefeated teams, right? It just doesn't happen. Cincinnati got in this year being an undefeated team, and there's only 4, right? You got an undefeated group of 5 team, and they are playing like a Cincinnati did. They'll make the top 8. I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Hack, you're commissioner.
Yeah.
Your first order of business on this playoff is.
Yeah. So I think Trevor made some good points, bringing up what Mr. Byrne was saying about health and safety of players, and I think Mr. Byrne also brought up a great point about how they were talking about fresh schedules. And I think you see the cyclical thing of the 70s, 80s, even 90s, a lot of these big marquee matchups, Penn State, Notre Dame, Alabama, Texas, Alabama, USC, they
Texas
were happening
A&M.
but they were happening on a regular basis. The kickoff classics, they were the first game of the year, and now you saw a little bit of a shift from that in the early 2000s where people were going, all right, we need to get App State, we need to start getting these smaller market programs in there. And now again, I think in the past few years, you've seen that switch back. The Clemson-Georgia matchup at the beginning of the year this year. So I think that's a great thing. So I think there's an opportunity to start eliminating some of these non-conference games and making them more marquee matchups. Maybe do one or two. Eliminate some non-conference games, more marquee matchups like that. Strengthen the schedule for everybody. The next order of business for me would be I don't know how it would shake out in terms of numbers. I haven't gotten that far, but I think the conference championship game should be the first round of the playoffs. So if you're going to say that, maybe there is a 12 spot, and then you have 2 at large, whether that's another SEC team, whether that's a Notre Dame that runs the table, whether that's a group of 5 team like Cincinnati or Boise State that has shown it, ran the table, given opportunity, won their conference championship. They're one of those 2 at-large spots. And then you go from there. You play it out from there. However you want to match it up, whether it's SEC, Big Ten, whether it's Pac-12, Big 12, whatever it may be. But I think that's a unique way to do it. Keep the number of games down and also make every game mean more, make every game more competitive. It builds the brand, it builds the reach. I think it's a unique way to handle it, and I think it eliminates the loading of the conference, the loading of one conference getting 4 spots, whatever it may be. It eliminates that. You let the conference champions play out because, like you were saying, Trevor, the Power 5 is going to play out anyway. It's going to, if you win a Power 5 conference, it's really hard for somebody sitting at a desk to not include you in the college football playoff.
But if the conference,
let me ask you this too, George, because I think as a commissioner, I think very quickly, rather, you're going to have what's really already kind of separated itself as a Power 5 versus Group of 5.
Yep.
I think that you're going to have to figure out a way to keep the Group of 5 kids in it. Now, whether that be you have your own, just like FCS has their own tournament.
Championship.
Do you do that? And then that way you let the Power 5 be the Power 5, and the Group of 5 kids still have something to play for, because
I agree.
The matter is, man, if you're going to play football, you want to play for a championship. And if you go to Appalachian State or East Carolina or whatever, you're still playing ball. Give those guys something to play for.
That I've said that for years. No matter how much they expand it, it's going to play out as if we have 12 seats. Group of 5, here's your 1. If we have 8 seats, Group of 5, you possibly have 1.
Right.
If you have a championship tournament for the Group of 5, which is the only level of college football that does not have one.
Right.
And we're saying, and there's more Group of 5 programs than there are Power 5 programs. So the best of all of you, the best, who can get through unscathed and make it up the ladder in the rankings, yes, you can come join the big guys. And then the rest of you, good luck at the the Mayonnaise Bowl and all the rest of the stuff. But if you give them a tournament, San Diego State, Appalachian State, Boise State, UCF, now we are now interested. The country is now woken up. What's wrong with another championship?
I love that thought. The word that you just said, a tournament. That opens the door for a Cinderella team, even though they're the top of the college football world, top 8, top 12, whatever it is. It gives an opportunity for those teams to come up. What I'm nervous about in that, let's say Alabama has a down year. They drop 2 games. They're not the conference champion, which is bound to happen. They can't win every year.
Look at Ohio State this year. It's a perfect
Can an Alabama team or an Ohio State team that has the talent on that roster, they just had a few slip-ups, now come from a number 8 seed, go all the way through the ranks and still be at the top of the college football world?
Maybe they were down a couple guys, they get them back, this is who we are, off they go. So that, to me, we almost had it this year. If Ohio State handles business against Oregon and still loses to Michigan, but now you have 1 loss, Ohio State. We don't see Cinderella Cincinnati.
Yeah,
we don't.
I agree.
We don't.
But here's another thing too, talking about the Group of 5 and the Power 5 and all that thing. I think this is an element that we're starting to see now with the transfer portal.
Yep.
is the distribution of talent. Because like you were saying, Bryce, kids want to play. I think there's a handful of programs out there that can maintain an extremely competitive environment, Alabama being one of them. I think Clemson was that for a while, and we'll see what happens after this year. But I think there's a handful of programs that can maintain a lot of depth at positions and create that bid your time, grind it out. It's going to be good for you in the long run. But I think the vast majority of the college football landscape is looking at this transfer portal and they're saying, we have an opportunity to build our roster and offer kids a chance to play right now. I think what that does is it strengthens the group of 5 from a talent pool standpoint, because they're going to get access to kids. It might not be immediately right out of high school, but you're going to start getting access to kids now, a year, 2 years, 3 years removed from high school, who are going to look at a Cincinnati, at a Temple, at a San Diego State, go down the list and say, oh, I can go there and play tomorrow and start getting tape and live out my dream. That's going to start happening, and what that's going to do is you're going to start getting them a lot more competitive. It's going to raise the floor.
And plus, I think you start seeing a disbursement of NIL as well. I think if you start having a tournament-like approach, now you can have some of these sponsors.
Having a tournament like what?
A tournament-like approach with NIL, right? You're going to have these sponsors come in and say, man, if we can be, the key sponsor or brand sponsor for, the FBS. Call it what you want, group of 5.
And that's why I said, I think if you have some like dedicated number, whether it's 2, 3, whatever it may be, two or three spots that are at large. If it's a group of 5 that runs the table and earns it and goes out and like Cincinnati schedules a Notre Dame, beats them, schedules a Wisconsin, beats them, does those types of things, that's merit, and that's their opportunity at the show. Same as a 2-loss Ohio State team. It's your opportunity, and now. That's the best part about it, and that's the best part about football. And everyone talks about, oh, there's 2 SEC teams in this national championship. It sucks. No, these guys won. Now, go be better. As a top to bottom, go out and let's create opportunities for everybody to play. If you have the opportunity to play it, at the end of the day, you can't argue with the results that happen between the white lines.
Here's an interesting thought. We're talking about a tournament-like approach. You already have fanships of these teams, the Georgia Bulldogs, the Alabama Crimson Tide. They're in one location for the playoff game. They're in another location for the national championship. They've got to decide, am I going to spend the money on a plane ticket and the ticket to the game to go to the playoff or to go to the national championship game? You add another game or even 2 games into this, do we see neutral site all the games at one specific spot?
That would be awesome.
Or do you still, because it's football and there's going to be weeks in between, does it even matter? Is it going to make these fan bases have to go, do I go the first round? Do I go the second round, or do I hold out for my team to hopefully make it the national championship?
Or you keep
game?
it on campus, though. I think you keep it on campus, because the thing is, that's a logistical nightmare. I hear what you're saying, but that is a logistical nightmare. If you have, to Hack's point, your conference championship being the first round, you have that on campus. You get home field advantage
anyway.
But what I'm saying is, you get home field advantage being a higher seed if it plays into it. But I think trying to have an Olympic Village, if you will, for 3 or 4 weeks is going to be so hard to
So let me ask
It's not
you,
basketball.
Bryce,
Yeah, I get it.
So you won back-to-back conference championships at Baylor. Your opponent was Oklahoma for one. Was it Oklahoma for both?
No. You're talking about for the championship? We didn't have a championship game in 13 and 14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was just a record.
If it was Oklahoma, and say they were the higher seed somehow, you don't want to see them in the Cowboy Stadium? If you had to go, you would have been okay with going to?
I think if we're talking about expanding this to where, to Trevor's point, because I think revenue is going to make a play on that, but at the same time, how do we create this in the most logistical way? I think Oklahoma, bears the right because of their record that year to have home field advantage for the championship. Just like you do. We're watching the wild card right now in terms of NFL.
I agree with you, but the thing about a conference championship, you're in a geographical kind of ball, right? I mean, all the SEC teams are in a part of the country. All the Big 12 teams are in a part of the country.
Not anymore, though.
Very true.
It's starting to roll.
For the most part, it's drivable.
Yeah.
You start taking a Washington team playing a Miami team, obviously hypothetical across the country, you don't get that proximity, right? You just don't have it. Yeah. So I don't know. That's another question that these guys are going to have to talk about. And here we are. I'll get you a tip, Rob.
Yeah.
Here we are. It is past 12:30 local time, and we're just now diving into our first beer.
Don't say we. It's not a
me.
we thing.
It's a me thing.
It's
It's a me thing. I want to apologize to our listeners for just now diving into this, but here we are. Beers are flowing. It's national championship game day. Ellison Brewing Company in Indy. You got the Field of 12 after dark show here. Myself, Trevor Knight, Bryce Petty, George Whitfield, Christian Hackenberg. Come hang out with us. There's a lot of dogs in here. We need some Bama fans. Beers are now flowing. I think Bryce is not jumping on the train quite yet.
I had the Bloody Maria going on.
Bloody Maria.
It's a Bloody Mary with tequila.
There we
I
go.
just found out that I got to give it to.
So pretty much whatever you do want, you can find it down here. And I tell you, for those of you who are in town and you're headed over to the game, or you're going to tailgate slow head over to the game, come down. Trevor said it. Ellison Brewing Company on Madison Avenue. Trevor and Bryce or Christian will get you a beer. They will get you a beer or whatever concoction you want. Come on down here and say, hey, I'm with the Field of 12. One of these three guys will get you something cold to sip. Have a seat, and let's start talking ball. Fellas, let's go with the game now. 30,000-foot view. Did we get the championship? Like, did we get the ultimate matchup for this year? Did we get the ultimate matchup for this year? Hack?
Yeah, I think so. I think, again, the opportunity to let these guys play it out, the brand of football, we've talked about it over and over again. Two teams that have established themselves in recent memory as dominant, consistent mainstays in this game, or at least in contention. Like you said, Alabama has a chance, as better chance than some quarterbacks do at completing a pass to be in the national championship game. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. It's very high percentage. So I think we got what we asked for.
Yeah. Bryce? I totally agree. I mean, I think as you look at it, these are the two best teams in the country, bar none, no doubt about it. What they've done throughout the regular season to where they are now, we talk about it a lot. You know, knowing ball, being in ball. This momentum hits every year, November, December, and these are the two best teams that I think you can possibly put on the field right now.
I'll echo that. I mean, this is who we circled at the beginning of the year. That being said, from a disappointment standpoint, and I know this is a homer comment, but coming into this year, I know it's been a long time, you had Spencer Rattler on every Heisman list at the top, and it wasn't even close. He ended up not even playing the back half of the year. Wasn't even the starter.
Healthy.
You have Lincoln Riley, the king of college football. Can he come in and be like a Nick Saban? They're going to win the national title. Didn't happen.
Not even there anymore.
Lincoln's gone. Disappointment for Oklahoma. Not even make. I mean, the Alamo Bowl, whatever. It was cool. Good story. Bob Stoops steps in. Brent Venables' time in Norman, but forgotten about. Alabama, Georgia, rise to the top. It is what it is. Those guys are college football at this point in time.
I'll go with you on that disappointment feel. And again, for those of you who have been riding with us all year, at the kickoff of the season, we deemed the 5 biggest programs in college football, Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, Oklahoma, and Ohio State, as the 5 families. Just like the 5 crime families. They are the ones that are controlling college football. A lot of them went to the wayside. Heck, one of the most disappointing ones to me was Clemson.
Yeah.
I liked Clemson, Ohio State, Oklahoma because those 3 non-SEC teams, it feels like any Saturday they can go in and take care of business, but the wheels came off early this year for the Tigers.
Yeah, the Tigers were a big-time disappointment, and I think I kind of alluded to it when I was talking about their ability to keep talent there now. It's so, to Trevor's point too about Oklahoma, things can change so quickly in college football. You could have everything shored up, tightened up, you think you got the hatches battened down, and all of a sudden you can get rolled. Everything can fall apart. I think that happened with Clemson this year. I think they had some really high expectations. You had DJ, Mr. Dr. Pepper down there, dialing it up in the NIL, making some money. Played well last year when he got in. and nothing seemed to click for them in a really weak conference. I mean, the ACC was down. UNC disappointed this year. Sam Howell, the whole thing.
All your monsters were Florida State, Miami, down. All the monsters.
Virginia Tech, down. So like you look at that, and that was always Clemson's like Achilles heel, is that they played in a weak conference and could make it. And this year they look pedestrian. Got beat by NC State, who ended up being one of the better teams in that conference this year. Right. How it worked out. So I think it's a very disappointing thing, and I think Clemson set themselves up for it because of where they set the bar. Now, I think this is going to be the most important offseason of Dabo Swinney's tenure at Clemson. The most important next season of his tenure. How do you react? You had a coaching change. Your DC left.
First time we've had that, by the way. Yes. Dabo Swinney has enjoyed continuity at Clemson. Everybody has remained. To the flip side, Coach Saban is constant. He'll replace these two coordinators this year. He'll have them tonight in the game, and he'll have to go through that. Go ahead.
But you got your DCs, now the head coach at Oklahoma. Your offensive coordinators, now the head coach at the University of Virginia. You got a lot of questions to be answered. You got to do some self-reflecting that I don't think Dabo's had to do yet. Fortunately, he's got a very talented roster. We'll see what happens. But definitely a big disappointment for me this year.
Bryce, who just disappointed us this year.
You know what's interesting about this is a knee-jerk reaction to me. I was going to say Clemson. You guys went Clemson. I think y'all touched on a lot of great points. I think my second, 1A would be Iowa State. I don't want to say the Big 12 either, but I mean, we were talking about Iowa State being 1-2 in the Big 12 and really in contention to beat Oklahoma in that October game.
But when you say, I just want to set you up correctly. You're disappointed because you expected Iowa State to threaten the five families.
Big time.
Big time.
I mean, that's right. And that's the thing. I mean, so when you look at that team, a lot of senior leadership. We've been talking about it on our Big 12 podcast all year long. But Breece Hall, Brock Purdy, obviously led by Matt Campbell, who's I still think a fantastic coach. But there was a lot of hype coming after that bowl game last year, the Fiesta Bowl, against Oregon, and then so to go from there to just not living up to the hype and really playing poorly most of the games in the Big 12 this year, that would be my one team that, out of the five families that we had talked about before, would be a pretty big disappointment, I think, in my eyes.
Do you think this was a year in college football where we saw more disappointment than we saw guys rise to the occasion? Did Bama and Georgia slip in because they just have a certain level of consistency, or were they really the best teams in college football? Because even on our show, as we followed the Heisman tracker throughout the year, we couldn't name the Heisman front runner. The only thing we said that was a mainstay was that Georgia defense. Other than that, who was it disappointing? Or
I say yes. Even though we love this sport and we've fallen all over it, from that standpoint, and we got a great championship. So it's not like we're watching Ichabod State, Diet Coke somehow squeezed in. We got a great championship. I agree, though. If Clemson, imagine if Clemson was Clemson this year. They'll moonwalk to the ACC. Everybody would get on them for playing a horrible schedule, but at least we got Clemson. And then you got to go back to the Big 12. I thought Baylor was a great surprise, but Bryce is right. Iowa State, what happened? Oklahoma, what happened? Oklahoma State was a great surprise, but damn, what if those guys were who they were supposed to be, and no one west of the Rockies still has any interest in coming and getting in this deal? No one.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. Just to echo on that, I mean, when you talk about who the Heisman front runners were at the beginning of the year, you're talking about Spencer Rattler, you're talking about DJ Umberway, and then you're talking about Sam Howell. All those guys, and to be honest with you, y'all were talking about Clemson being a disappointment. I mean, it's still a 10-win season. They're playing in the Cheez-It Bowl. They're playing in the Cheez-It Bowl. We don't assimilate Clemson with anything other than the BCS or the national championship playoff. So
we got the dogs, boys. Here they are. Let's take a listen. Let's pause and take a listen.
that to me is the most incredible thing. You don't see this in the NFL.
Hey,
You don't see
Ellison
this in high
Brewing
school.
Company,
I'm telling
if
you.
this was the national championship, the dogs came to play. Where are my Bama fans at?
I don't even
Where they at? Did they show up? Are they
what
in
would be
Indy?
cool? You know what would be cool if they added on the back of that a little roll tide. That would be so cool if they put that on the back.
I don't know if they can. I don't know
I'm
if they
with
can do that,
you.
George. I don't know if they can do that.
Oh,
But going back to my point on the disappointment, I think it's such a great question because I think it is a lot of expectations that we put on these kids nowadays. You know, you have all these, preseason accolades and things that we expect as fans for teams to either do again. Kids to do again. There's just a lot of things that go into that. But when you do talk about this season, it's hard not to fall a little bit more on the disappointment side just because of the opening of the NIL.
Yep.
When you got Dr. Pepper rolling out of dude with $1 million and then they go, they were whatever they were, 4 and 6. I think they came back and won the last couple of games. 4 and 3, 3-4, whatever it was. But anyways, all that being said, you got $1 million dude right there. And Clemson's not put on the field. Spencer Rattler can't even get to the big shootout before he's been. So just a lot of anticipation, a lot of different verticals, and then it was a letdown outside of Georgia, Alabama. I think
The pressure, it can't go without being said. The pressure on these programs. So for the upstarts, or whether you're one of the 5 families. Or, you're one of the up-and-coming families like what Bryce was talking about, Iowa State, Penn State first 2 months of the season, they're a top 3-4 team. And then it's hard to imagine, what is the pressure from the outside? We have to run this perfectly. They played a great Auburn team, beat them up, and now they got, murderers row. Michigan State, same thing. The Wolverines, same thing. The pressure that is mounting on these guys now, who can withstand it is amazing. It's going to be amazing to keep watching here. So, did we?
Nice to meet you. Got George and got
Is it
here.
still good viewing? Is this still a big time event, Hack, to have 2 animals out of the same?
Yeah, buddy.
Styles make fights. I kind of think watching Ohio State or Clemson come in against one of these 2 would be more entertaining because this is like 2 rhinos or 2 bears.
Well, I think it's interesting, Travis. I think kind of tailoring off of your conversation that you just had about pressure and expectations for all this stuff. I think it's the shift in what college football is. This is a business. It's a very lucrative, expensive business, and now you have players getting in on it.
Just ready to fucking get in that.
It's becoming a job. It's becoming very structured. It's what it is. So I think that pressure is merited. It's warranted, and it comes with it. I think the key thing is pressure creates diamonds, bro.
Correct.
And I think what we're seeing is we're seeing an Alabama and a Georgia program that understands the expectations, but goes out and doesn't let those expectations control who they are, how they act, and how they perform. They understand it, they manage it, and then they go and attack, and they attack in a way with a brand and a personality that these coaches believe in. And you heard Mr. Byrne talk about it. Structured, regimented, and ran from the top to bottom in a militaristic manner with unspoken expectations, and that's why they are where they are. And I think that that's something that everybody who's trying to build a program needs to study, model, and learn. The expectations aren't going away. They're going to continue to grow, but you need to know how to manage those expectations and ultimately get performance out of your players and coaches on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour, minute-to-minute, play-to-play basis that is going to allow you to compete at the highest level to continue to grow your brand. And I think that's where a lot of teams are right now. And I think some teams have been there, have taken some steps back. Penn State, Clemson. We'll see what happens. I think it's going to be interesting how teams manage it moving forward.
Great point, Hack. Welcome again for those of you just joining us and they're out there in college football, the Field of 12 After Dark Show, Championship Game Edition. We've been waiting for you. We're down here at Ellison Brewing Company. Come on down. It looks like it's turned into a dog's bar. We got one of their own. One of our very own. Let's do it. So we got
Taylor Moss with us here. Taylor Moss here. So as he's not traveling the world, he's back to watch his team get a national championship.
Come back in, get a natty.
About time. We walked on.
What's it been, 41 years?
Not as good as you guys, but many years ago, yeah.
Okay. What do we have a prediction for the score tonight?
I don't know, man. I think we're going to take it, but Georgia by 10. Say something like 31-21.
There you go.
Wait a second. I don't want to skip over this.
No.
This is Taylor Moss, a Bulldog. He's got his whole crew and whole bar in here with him. You walked on for one of my favorite people on the planet, and Mark Rick. Can you just walk us through what life was like as a youngster with him as a head coach?
Oh man, yeah, Rick's a great guy, man. It was a childhood dream to walk on at Georgia. Transferred to UGA, walked on. Mark Rick, great guy. Just having the opportunity to go out and live a dream, man. I was in my element every single day. We weren't able to get it done. Love Mark Rick, love Kirby Smart and what he's done with the program. I think we're on a great trajectory now, and I think if not this year, which I think we're going to make it happen this year, but yeah, I think we're going to make it happen very soon. So,
what position did you play?
I was a linebacker, man. I'm not like you guys. Man. I was a scrub, walk on.
I was sweating over it here. I don't know why. Isn't that linebacker thing? I had to scoot over just a little bit more.
Who were some of your teammates on that Bulldog team?
So when I walked on, Stafford was like a true freshman. That was his year. Noshawn Moreno. Rashad Jones,
rock stars.
So let me ask you this: did you play with Marcus Dowden?
No, that name sounds familiar, but
he was a linebacker there. He played at my high school.
Gotcha. No, man, I actually transferred in and walked on, and so I hadn't played football for a couple years before I went to UGA and then walked on. But
what was your favorite memory as a Bulldog?
Like I said, I'm a UGA fan, so literally before the game, sitting on the field, stretching with Phil Collins in the air tonight playing, dude, fucking goosebumps, man. Are you kidding me? When that song comes on.
Sweating, out-of-body experience.
Exactly.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's
so, when you're a walk-on for the Bulldogs, is it as epic as one might think? So you had to climb aboard the ship, earn your way on. You're walking amongst monsters in the building all day long.
Yeah.
Eating with these guys. Hanging with them, meetings with them, class with them. Just what is life like as a Bulldog? But forget the walk-on part. You're in there. You just told us what the pregame is like. What's life like?
Yeah, it's funny, man. I feel like as the fans, you look and you see the product on the field on Saturdays, and these guys are studs, and they're playing the QB positions. That's what you see. But as a walk-on, it's like you're going through the same stuff, right? You're in the same locker room. You're in practices. You're doing the exact same stuff. You just don't get the notoriety, which was never the reason why I did it. But yeah, I feel like life is the same, right? It's like you do it because you're passionate about your university. I heard you guys talking earlier. It's like the NFL isn't like this. That's what college football is all about, right? You play for your school, there's pride, there's passion. You get an NFL team in here, people aren't passionate about their team like that. So for me, that was it. It's like I was a walk-on, never got in a game, dressed for a few games, but it wasn't about trying to prove something to somebody else. It was about for myself and growing up and having pride in my university, be able to play for them. So yeah, man, you go through the same stuff, right? You do it for yourself because it's what you want to do, and you're prideful about it. But I never did it for the glory or somebody to be like, hey man, you were a walk-on. It's something that I can keep with myself that I'm super prideful about.
Let me ask you about that then, Taylor. There's a youngster who led your Dogs here, who took your route to get on to Georgia and Stetson Bennett. How do you relate to him, and how proud of you of what he's done as a walk-on to lead a national championship run?
Yeah. I think the first thing, man, is and no offense to you guys, right? If you're a 4 or 5 star recruit, you come in and you're the man, right? You come in as a walk-on, you got to kind of have a chip on your shoulder to get to the point where Stetson Bennett has. And I love for everybody that wants to say his size isn't there or whatever, his demeanor, right? You'll see a guy maybe, every game he'll make a play where he's kind of a bit of a bonehead play, but his ability to bounce back, and I just think his belief in himself, particularly at that position, is a huge differentiator. Everybody wants to talk about he's not 6'4", 220 pounds, but it's man, the guy's a gamer. He believes in himself, and he's just got that moxie that you want at the quarterback position. So a lot of respect for a guy like that, for him to transfer out and then come back and believe in himself and win the job over all these 4 and 5 star recruits. Everybody outside can say what they want, but that man's fucking killing it, and believes in himself. So
how does he have the mailman nickname? Will you break that down for us non-affiliated dogs. How does he have the mailman nickname? Where does that come from?
I don't know where it started initially, but like he just delivers, man. Like the guy just delivers. I don't know, it's like you're gonna get your mail, I guess, whatever, like however many days a week, he's gonna deliver it, man. Yeah, I don't even know where it started, but that shit stuck. So
and I'm surprised. I wonder if he's gonna start wearing an Amazon jacket or
Amazon jacket.
Does he stay with U.S. Postal?
That man a USPS uniform.
I'll tell you one thing though, he wins the Natty tonight. He won't pay for a beer for the rest of his damn life, man. He's going to be a legend in Georgia. Yeah.
That's Taylor Moss, Georgia Bulldog, former player, soon to be legend, and big time fan here with us at the Field of 12 After Dark. Ellison Brewing Company, come on down. We're a block away from Lucas Oil. These guys will get you a beer. Taylor Moss said he will get you a beer. Dog or Crimson Tide, it's down here. Come on down. We'll see you guys after a short break.
Title game live show at Ellison Brewing in downtown Indianapolis in a minute. But while we wait, let me tell you guys a little bit about the Field of 68, where college basketball matters most. The Field of 68 has launched a brand new hour-long nightly streaming show that covers nothing but college basketball. It's going to give you, the fans, a chance to hear and also interact with many of the top voices and personalities in the partners over at BetRivers Sportsbook. Field of 68's After Dark will air nightly from 11 to 12 midnight Eastern Time. The lineup of rotating voices will include the likes of Stadium Insider Jeff Goodman, former college stars such as Robbie Hummel, Randolph Childress, Terrence Oglesby, and Ashton Gibbs. We have veteran coaches like Sean Miller, Archie Miller, and Steve Promo. And of course, up-and-coming rising star John Fanta of Fox Sports joins us twice a week. I'm also thrilled that we're able to platform some of the young, up-and-coming talents in the college basketball media business, like Kevin Sweeney of Sports Illustrated, like the Sleepers media duo of Greg Waddell and Carter Elliott, the guys at the three-man weave, Jim Root, Matt Cox, and Kai McKeon. You can watch the Field of 68 After Dark every night on YouTube and streaming on our Twitter account. You can hear it every night on SiriusXM's ESPNU channel. You can see the Field of 68's Best Bets show every afternoon at 1 p.m. during the week and at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time on weekends. You can follow our stable of 25 team-specific and national podcasts, including AJ Guyton's House of Hoosier, Eric Devendorf's The Scorer's Table, Dawkins on Duke with Andre Dawkins, Go Blue with Stu Douglas covering Michigan basketball. There is not a place on the planet that covers college hoops like the Field of 68, where college basketball matters most.
Welcome back to the Field of 12 College Football Show. Normally after dark, right now, balmy, sunny, 12-degree Indianapolis. It couldn't be a better place. Ellison Brewing Company right down here, Madison Avenue. In Indy, we're a block from Lucas Oil. Apparently, we turned into a dog's bar. Come on down. Trevor Knight, Bryce Petty, Christian Hackenberg. These guys will get you a beer. They will put a beer in your hand. Taylor Moss, Bulldog, walk-on, legend, will get you a beer. Come on down and go with us. Fellas, quarterbacks. I mean, that's really what we are. There's been so many times this year I was like, welcome back to the quarterback show. I'm like, no. Field of 12. But that is central to this game and any game. Let's go into it. Hack, first question for you.
Yeah.
Honestly, and this is amongst us and all of you, how much weight is on the quarterbacks for these two programs tonight?
So we touched on this a little bit last night, and I think it's a really unique situation because of the way these teams are built and the way that both of these players really played throughout the year. I think it's kind of a tale of two stories. You look at Stetson Bennett, came in halfway through the year, took over a very, very good football team running on frickin' race field at that point in time, and just did his job.
Yep.
He averaged like high teens, low 20 throws a game, was efficient, took his shots, connected on them oftentimes.
How does that compare to Bryce Young's role?
I think Bryce Young early on too, a unique thing about this Alabama team is I think this is one of the younger, more green teams that Saban's had to deal with. And when you're sitting there and looking at it, they called on Bryce Young early. They gave him some opportunities. But similarly, I think he was getting settled into a new system with Bill O'Brien, figuring it out. But similarly, he did what he needed to do. He stayed where he needed to stay and continued to build. I think Bryce Young had more opportunities throughout the year to have some weight put on his shoulders, and he had to go win a game for whatever reason. They maybe weren't running the ball at a high clip, or their defense wasn't playing fantastic and giving him short fields and great opportunities. So you look at the Auburn game, you look at a few of these games down the line, the Georgia game, the SEC championship game. He put on the Superman cape and came out and played above and beyond expectations, and that's ultimately what got him that Heisman Trophy in New York this year, I think. So when you sit there and look at the pressure on these guys, I think with the way these teams are built, there's not a ton of physical pressure in terms of asking them from a coaching staff standpoint. And if you don't play if you don't play above and beyond your capabilities, your team's going to lose or win this football game, depending on how you do it. I don't think it goes either way for these guys. I think if either of these guys do that, though, it's going to give them an opportunity to put their team in a really good position to run away with this thing. So I don't think there's pressure, George. I don't think there's pressure. I think they just need to execute. And I know you want to cut me off. I know you want to cut me off. I know you want to move on. Shit, I'm just getting started.
My damn we're going to hack. Keep the camera on hack. We're going to get right here. I love it.
But I don't think there's pressure on either of these guys. Other than the setting, the aroma, it's a national championship, yada, yada, yada. I think that's pressure, but I don't think there's going to be pressure from the coaching staff. I think ultimately what they need to do is lead the team, direct the offenses on both of their respective sides of the field, drive the ship, play within themselves, and when opportunities arise for them to be able to capitalize on some explosives in certain situations, the guy that does that the best today, I think, is going to end up driving the team that's going to win this thing.
You guys agree with that assessment? And I asked that, just like with Hack, when Ritter led Cincinnati into this, all the weight of the world on his shoulders. Great coaching staff, defense was there, we heard about that. But they go as he goes. And Hack's right. It doesn't feel like these two teams necessarily go as their leaders go at the quarterback position, or am I off?
No, I agree. I mean, I think, and not to step in front of you there, but I think that what we were shown last week or 2 weeks ago from an Alabama against Cincinnati, they showed OB was saying, hey, man, we're going to give it to Brian Robinson and let him go. And Bryce Young said, okay, you drive the ship. If I need to have another Auburn-esque performance where I take us down the last two drives and go score to win the game, I can go do that as well. That's the only thing that I think edges Bryce Young in this world between the two quarterbacks was, I don't know if Stetson Bennett, if it's on his shoulders, has proven to the world that he can make that happen. Whereas I feel like Bryce Young answers the call and says, okay.
Hey, Trevor, this is a tough place to try to prove yourself. Championship game, I mean, the opportunity will be there, but like what Bryce is saying, I mean, what Bryce Petty is saying, Bryce Young has already proven his moxie in these moments.
There's no doubt. You look at both of these guys in very different stories. Externally, though, I think we don't give Stetson Bennett enough credit. You listen to Todd Monken talk about him in his presser a couple weeks ago, and he said, the reason that Stetson Bennett is playing football is because he has just not lost the job. We throw him out there, we put him in hard situations, we tell him that JT's right behind him, he's looking over his shoulder, and he's continued to put his nose down and earn the right to play in this game. He's got the buy-in of his coordinator, he's got the buy-in of the program. What I'm interested to see is, does he have the complete buy-in of that football team? I'm a big culture guy. I think that culture, especially permeating starting in the QB room, goes a long way with a football team. To Bryce's point, Bryce Young, come in, you are Superman, and he's maintained Superman. Stetson Bennett, start at the bottom, work your way up, blue-collar mentality. Who do you guys think carries more weight when they speak in that locker room? Is it a Stetson Bennett that has just busted his butt to keep that position? Or is it Superman comes in, we look at you from day one, you've obviously done what you're supposed to do. Whose word carries more weight in these locker rooms tonight as they do their pregame speech before they run out on that field?
Great point, Trevor. Let's stay with the quarterbacks, Bryce. When you now look across the landscape, there is basically a prerequisite to what you need to be now as a quarterback, and we've talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think the word that we're both talking about is athletic. I think you have to be able to extend plays, and it's something that we always worked on. When we were out in San Diego training me, when George, you were training me for the draft, but your ability to create when things break down. Alabama has a guy in Will Anderson that should have been in New York. We've talked about this. That Roman army was built because of that defense. Stetson Bennett is going to have to make these types of plays, extend plays, get his team in the best chance to just get first downs. It's not the big plays. To Hack's point, the explosive plays don't always have to be 15 plus on the run game or 25 plus to the air. Right. Explosive plays to me can be evading a sack and getting the ball out and staying above the chains. So I think that in today's world, you're seeing a lot more guys in high school become athletic, and so you're starting to see these guys on this platform because they're athletic enough to do so at the quarterback position. There's a lot more intangibles that we're talking about. Obviously the IQ level, leadership, culture, arm talent, all that. But can your legs extend plays and keep your offense on the ball to go score points, or on the field to go score points?
I've got a question for you guys. Obviously, all play the position. George, you've had a ton of experience with molding the minds of young quarterbacks. Take yourself out of the national championship game. Let's just talk quarterback in general. Whether you're on the street or a national championship matchup, what are the things? We've talked a lot about staying on schedule. We've talked a lot about mindset. We've talked a lot about turnovers, those types of things. But what are the most important things that a QB needs to do to go out and be successful on any given day?
I would say the visible is accuracy. However you go about doing that. To however much arm. If you have a cannon, if you have a bow and arrow set, whatever it is, accuracy. You can keep the chains moving. We're watching that with Mac Jones now. Accuracy. And so for all the other things, the physical things, and I would add athleticism on top of accuracy. The two of them have to go together for the visible part. Accuracy. That's that's central to who we are. The other side, I would say, resiliency, and then the maturity of processing. So we were talking football just all year, really, but just last night about guys getting bored. Yeah. So they call a play, and listen, I thought we just should have done something else, or I'm tired of hitting the same route. You know what? Let's just see what else could happen. And now you're off track. That's an immature move or a non-team move. or whatever it is. So I would say the resiliency to get beat up, get beat down. You guys have been booed.
Discipline too.
Discipline. You guys have been booed. You guys have been, written about and talked about. Booed coming into road games. All the resiliency is core. If you don't have that, it's hard to hold in this position. Now, once you get that, you're taking snaps. The other invisible thing is process. How do I understand what we're trying to do? Do I understand what's needed in this moment? Maybe it's an escape, get out of the pocket, throw the ball away so we maintain field position. Or do I need to put my shoulder down and go get this first down? Yeah. Or those sorts of things, and they transcend size and to a lot of degree, a lot of the measurables, because we're looking at Bryce. They have him listed at 6 foot. He's not 6 foot. And Kyler, we gave a pass to because him and Russell Wilson are smaller, but one's a running back and Russell Wilson, and Kyler's kind of an alien. Bryce is smaller framed, but all the invisible things are like gargantuan with him. So, to your point, Trevor, that's I would say that accuracy and resiliency.
So I think I'm going to take it a little deeper. I think all those things, obviously, let's just say if you're playing at Georgia, or if you're playing at Alabama or Baylor or A&M or Oklahoma or Pennsylvania, if you're playing at one of these schools, all of those things are probably a given, right? I think what separates guys that go on to have successful careers, long sustained job security, are guys that are leader of men and bring everyone else around them better, put everyone else around them in situations to succeed. And you have that understanding of the big picture and being able to formulate that from a play standpoint, from a workout standpoint, from an execution and focus standpoint. The guys that have a knack to channel human beings, and it's a phrase that you guys use at the Elite 11, a thermostat leader. A guy that when they step in.
Explain how that's not a given, Hack.
Yeah.
Explain how just because you see a guy trot out into a huddle, break a huddle, throw passes, it's not a given that he is a leader. He's just in a position of leadership.
Correct.
But how many guys have you played with? Hell, we talked about one of this the other day. And what that does, if he's really hollow, and how that just it adds weight to your team, it's an anchor if he can't lead.
It snowballs.
It's not an automatic.
It's not an automatic, and it snowballs. You have to be able to handle those situations properly, and you have to be able to, when the world is falling around you, when everything's going to hell, those guys in that huddle need to be able to look at you, and they're like, oh, we're good. No matter what's going on outside. If you have that confidence, that's going to take you to another level. I think, weirdly enough, like you're saying, with Stetson's whole trajectory, everything he did, I find it very hard to believe that entire program, if he got up and spoke today before this game, before they ran out the huddle, and he spoke from the heart, let everything out, let it fly, told his story, that team is going to come out with their hair on fire because it's impactful. And whether you're a 5-star, whether you're a walk-on, no matter what you are, guys in the locker room respect hard work, attention to detail, and the ability to raise everybody else's play. I think Stetson has proven that throughout this year. And I give the kid his roses. I was freaking, JT's got to go. He proved me wrong last week. And he's continued to do that with everybody that's in it. I think that is an element of our position that at the end of the day, you don't have to be a 70% completion guy. You don't have to be any of these things. The best of the best, raise everybody's play, make everyone else better, and you're a leader of men. You know how to command people. You know how to touch people on a different level.
Yes.
And it's not a given. Some guys have it, some guys don't.
And that's a great point, Hack. It's not just about being able to stand in front of the team, deliver a great speech, and have that buy-in. It's also about, to your point, hey, 4th and inches, game is on the line. You're in that huddle, sweat, blood dripping from your eyes. Are those guys looking at you and they have true belief in their chest? Hey, we're with you. We're going to get this done. Or is it, hey, you're a good speaker. You got us a little rah-rah speech in the team meeting room, but I don't really believe in you here when we've got to go get 3 inches. to win a football game, right?
One of the most unique things about college football is you have ample opportunities to prove that. More so than in the NFL, more so than in really high school, anything. You have so many ample opportunities because you are spending every day, off season, during the season, spring ball. You're with those guys. You're in workouts. You're dying on the hill. You're dying in the sand pit. At the end of the day, whether you realize it or not just the coaching staff, every single player, walk-on long snapper to starting X receiver, is looking at you and how you react, how you respond. You have so many opportunities to raise the temperature of the room and raise the expectations of the program at your position just because you are that guy. You pull the trigger. You get all the credit. You get all the blame. That's impactful.
Christian Hackenberg is fired up on set here at Ellison Brewing Company. I just looked into his eyes, and I want to go play football right now. 4th and inches, brother, I am with you. That is absolutely awesome. Let's roll.
And with that.
So, guys, we've been rolling here at Ellison Brewing Company, the Field of 12 After Dark Show, College Football Championship Edition. You were with us as we kicked the day off with Alabama Athletic Director Greg Byrne. A ton of insight, perspective about being a top-tier athletic director. We swing from AD all the way over to walk-on Taylor Moss, gave us his breakdown of life with Mark Rick, and now we switch to such an honored guest that I have personally known for about 15 years, since his son was a middle schooler, father of Heisman Trophy winner, Bryce Young, Mr. Craig Young, in the house with us right now. Sir, welcome, sir. Welcome.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
So it's an honor for us as quarterbacks. This is going all the way through Hack, and for some of us now as dads, all of us as sons, watching the bond, and I've seen this for years, but watching the bond, you and your wife with your son, the cutaways up into the games, you're always stoic, you're always positive, you're always like locked in. Can you share with us what this ride has been like thus far with Bryce? All these different landmarks that he's passed and mile markers to here, to this seat.
How much time we got? The first thing you said,
push that microphone.
the thing that you said that really resonated for me was you said grind. But it is a grind, but it's also a labor of love. When you believe, when you have a talent, I think as an adult, and as a parent, it is your job to kind of nurture it. And first, you want to get it evaluated correctly, and I know you know about that. And then make sure what are the strengths and the weaknesses. And then as a dad, it's your job to build the whole person, not just the athlete. Build the whole person. Then from there, put him in the best situations to succeed, but also to be tested. And sometimes parents walk that tightrope because once their kid gets some success, they want to keep him in that area where they're successful, because when grandma and auntie and uncle come to watch him play and he's getting 30 or he's throwing 5 touchdowns, they want to keep him there. And then maybe at that point it's time for a different league. Maybe you need to make a step up. And then when there's those growing pains with that, sometimes that's hard because we want our kids to always be successful. But a lot of times success is through trial, hard work, and then constantly reevaluating yourself and putting yourself in positions to be tested and to hone your craft.
I'm going to throw this to Trevor and Bryce, but my first question, Pop, is what were your expectations for your son's season this year? I mean, he's reached pinnacles.
Yeah.
He's one more step from finishing out the golden goal sheet.
Yes.
What were your expectations in August for your son?
My expectations for him was to, one, embrace the role of being quarterback, like be a leader, and to embrace the role of being a quarterback at University of Alabama. Two, honestly, can I keep you 100 with y'all?
I hope so. We got beers rolling.
My expectation is that we be right here. Now, maybe not be right here with y'all, but my expectations was for us were that they would be at the championship, and that. Now, did I think he's going to win the Heisman? Because we don't think like that in individual goals.
Right.
But did I expect for him to be successful? Absolutely.
What did he expect? What was his goals?
His goals are always team goals, and I think his goal was to win the SEC and compete for a national championship. And those are also his expectations. When you go to Alabama, when you go to Alabama, those are your expectations. Like when as a parent of a recruit and as a recruit, when you go to the University of Alabama, that is what you're signing up for. Anything else is a disappointment, and everyone around you will let you know how disappointed they are.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm a huge fan of the father-son relationship. When I was playing, my last text message out before I put my phone away to go strap it up was to my dad, because he was always there. He always had great words of encouragement. My dad always shared with me what he thought I was really good at, and then my areas of improvement. From an early age and even to now, what's one or two things that you see in your son that don't surprise you of the success that he's had? He's obviously different. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. He's obviously a great leader. He's a great kid. We all see that. What makes him different behind the scenes for our listeners to hear from a dad's perspective?
What makes him different and what he does better than, I think he gets it from mom, what he does better than me is he's able to compartmentalize, like exceptionally well. And he focuses on the things that are really important. He's not motivated to prove people wrong, to silence critics. He's motivated intrinsically to be excellent. Me, if somebody says something that I don't like, I use that as fuel, and I'm gonna prove you wrong, and I'm gonna tell you, you know what, you said that I couldn't do it, I did it. Right. He doesn't work like that, and he doesn't use that energy to fuel. What he does is he works on the things and controls the things that he can control. And I think when people talk about him being calm, that is him focusing on the things that matter and being able to stay in the moment. And I don't think people really understand that, and that's a part of that process.
I could sit here with you all day. Great. So thank you so much for being here. I know I was told backstage that you actually named Bryce after me, so thank you. I mean, that's a huge honor for me. And we don't have to tell if that's true or not. Just go along with me. That's what I heard.
It's spelled the same way. It's spelled the exact same way.
So my question, Mr. Young, is everybody knows who Bryce is on the field. Who is Bryce off the field? You're talking about success, being tested, managing disappointments, when you talk about taking Bryce away and it's just Bryce, your son now.
Yeah.
What is Bryce like off the field?
Off the field, he's just a great kid. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better son. Like if you drew it up, and if you remember the movie, I'm dating myself. You remember the movie Weird Science, where you go in there and they put in all these, and they try to make the perfect woman. If you go in there and if you can make the perfect son, for me, that's what he is. But what he is off the field, regular kid, foodie, like loves food, loves sushi, like likes to cook for his family, loves basketball, like that's his jam. Like a hooper, and loves shoes. You know about that. You can appreciate that. And shoe game. Yeah. So this is really a regular kid.
That's right.
So I want to go in on a couple things of how. So for everyone, your son is known worldwide, sports-wise. You are becoming just as known as any rock star dad is, sports-wise. Let's start with a couple quick questions.
Sure.
When did Alabama become a discussion in the Young household when he was in high school? When did that hit? When did it start to turn into a possible thing and then a real thing?
Okay. As you know, he was committed. I don't know if everybody does.
USC.
He was committed to USC. He committed his sophomore, end of the sophomore year, right before his junior year. Was committed his whole junior year. And for all intents and purposes, he was going to be a Trojan for a lot of reasons. Great school, great education. Again, we're always going to be honest here. It's close to the house. Yeah. We live in Pasadena. Mom loves that. 25, 30 minutes away. And that was where we're going to go. So when it became a possibility and a discussion in our family was when Coach Steve Sarkisian became the offensive coordinator. We had had a previous relationship with Coach when he was the coach at SC. Bryce had gone to the defensive camps and, I'd kind of seen him grow. So once Coach Sarkisian became the offensive coordinator, they had another quarterback committed there. Something happened with that quarterback, and that quarterback decommitted, and then they did a reevaluation, and Sark said they reevaluated us, and they felt like Bryce was the best quarterback in high school, and that's what they wanted. So initially, we still were like, we're committed. But Sark did a really good job of not really pressuring us, just saying, look, I'm going to let everything unfold, and I'm going to show you kind of what Alabama has to offer rather than negatively recruit SC. And so once you open yourself up to what Alabama is, it becomes hard to, for a myriad of reasons, it becomes hard to not consider that, especially because at the end of the day, my son wants to play professional football, and I don't have any problem saying that. That doesn't mean that you don't concentrate on your academics, you don't really evolve, but that's the goal. That's the goal, right?
That's right.
We can say that. Right. And so, at Alabama, you get to play in the SEC. You get to play on TV all the time. You get to play against the best competition, and you get to play around a great offensive line, a great skill position, and a program that's 1,000% invested in winning. So the decision wasn't an indictment on SC. It was just at that time the best situation for Bryce to reach his goals.
I think that's a great point. That needs to be at the forefront of your mind. That's the goal. If not, what are you doing it for? A pat on the back?
Exactly.
And a lot of people don't get to that point, right? Let's switch gears just for a second. This is something that I didn't have to deal with, and I haven't been out of the game that long. Bryce didn't have to deal with this. This has come, obviously, in the last year. The NIL stuff. As a father, your son, obviously, one of the most marketable guys in college football in the world as it comes to NIL. Do you have to play a bigger role in this NIL stuff? Does Bryce say, hey, whatever comes, I'm filtering it through dad or through marketing team or whatever? But it's a different world for us.
Absolutely.
What has it been like? Feedback from your son, but also your personal involvement with all this NIL stuff.
That's a great question, and one that I've avoided pretty much since it started.
Until now.
But now y'all got me on camera and everything. So first, our world changed in July. When NIL became a reality, our world changed. It was almost kind of recruiting starting all over again, because at that point with NIL, for certain players, you want to make sure that you have the best representation and you go through all that stuff. So one thing that as far as NIL, and let me say this, I think that NIL is a long time coming, and I'm happy that athletes and families can be compensated for their talents and their abilities. No different than a kid who has a jazz pianist, an actor, a gymnast, a tennis player, a musician. So I think that and if for a while it felt like kids were being vilified for taking advantage of that, or if you didn't play well, it's because of NIL, and that's not fair. Because professional athletes have endorsements, and when they don't play well, they don't talk about their endorsement agreements and why they play well. So that's my public service announcement. But as far as with NIL, the same things. So to answer your question, am I involved with that? Absolutely, I manage it. Because you have to be, it doesn't have to be a parent, but it has to be someone that's trusted and that's able to help the young athlete navigate all of that while because remember, these athletes still go to school, they practice, study hall, all that stuff. So there has to be someone who helps navigate that and also help the student athlete realize the main thing has to be the main thing. So now is Bryce active in it? Of course, he's the boss. It's his image. It's so all that. So yes, we are blessed to work with CAA. I manage him, and I manage his CAA team and I. we navigate the deals. We talk about what makes sense. We vet them, and then on a time, we have a scheduled time when Bryce is not practicing with him. We'll talk about it, and then we'll make a decision based from there. But it's never been overwhelming or cumbersome for him because we wouldn't allow that. Because at the end of the day, if he's not performing, and you guys know this is a performance-based, if you're not performing, there's no NIL deal.
And that has played out. That has played out when we talked about the only other guys really at your son's level of exposure, Spencer Rattler.
DJ Youngboy.
As Trevor said, did not even finish the back half of the season healthy. DJ Ungalele, Clemson, just to say it was a tough season is being nice. And those guys were also frontline, cover boy, NIL guys. You gotta buy him a second. This train comes through here every half hour. Train comes through. And buy him a second. Yeah, here goes it. Little train.
This feels like a setup.
No sir, no sir, no sir. Never do any such thing. So turn of the time. Go ahead with that saber.
Yeah, so it's really interesting in terms of NIL, and I think there's a lot of look. It's Wild West a little bit. I think a lot of people are all figuring it out, at the same time. Your involvement with Alabama Crimson Tide in terms of recruiting. George asked that question. When did that start being a question for you? Do you guys have interaction with Coach Saban on a weekly basis, monthly basis, or is it just kind of like, man, let Bryce do his thing? We're gonna sit back in the stand. We'll manage the NIL. But
That's above my pay.
Yeah.
I don't know who has a weekly interaction with Coach Saban, but it ain't me.
Yeah.
And he's great to us. Don't get me wrong, and Bryce loves him. But no, once they get there, and this is another thing that parents have to understand with the recruiting process. Once your student athlete chooses the school and is there, it's kind of on them. You want to lay the foundation, and then you want to check in, and you want to make sure that they have the tools to make it. But like those times when you call coach and daddy ball it, it doesn't work.
Right.
This is a multi-million dollar industry. So whoever they feel can help them win games and keep everyone employed and keep people going into the stadiums filled, that's who's playing. So for me, now do I talk to my son? Yes, a lot, every day, twice a day, and helping him navigate what he needs to go through. As far as interacting with Coach Saban and stuff like that, whenever we're seeing is great, but that's really not my role for that. I probably talk to Coach O'Brien a little bit more.
There you go.
Who we love him. He's awesome.
So let's roll with that. And Trevor, I know you just drew breath, and I'm going to give it right back to you. Your weekly ritual, possibly, Mr. Young, with your son. Do you guys share a breakfast on Tuesday mornings? Is it a dinner on Friday night? A lunch? Where do you guys find your solace and rhythm between you and Bryce?
So usually he calls me after practice. There's a time where he's stretching, where he's done. He's doing his kind of his pull down, his band work, all the quarterback stuff, and then we talk usually every day about that. We always talk when there's a basketball game or a Laker game, and then Sunday nights are kind of our family night, and so we'll all go either to his apartment or our house, and we'll cook dinner.
That's cool to have that interaction.
Yeah, that's great.
So obviously you're very involved in his day-to-day activity. You mentioned that you guys talk once, twice, maybe even more of that every day. Leading up to this game, what do you see in your son? Is he ready to rock and roll tonight? And when he goes out there and lights it up, because I believe that he will, and we all do, what's your feeling as a dad sitting in the stands watching your son throw touchdowns on the biggest stage?
That's a great question. Well, one, be honest with you, I haven't spoken to him. I spoke to him maybe 2 days ago. He's locked in.
So
he's locked. So there's no text. I mean, he's locked in. So I haven't spoken to him. But
So you say no text. Does he go dark at some point?
he goes dark. He's dark right now. So and thank you for that. So the feeling will be, you know what? Either way, if he likes, I'll answer it this way: if he lights it up or if he doesn't light it up, my feelings will be the same.
Yes.
Love him. Will be there for him, and there's still no other quarterback in the world I would rather have than him. So
That's and that's a big point for all our listeners out there. I remember when I was playing ball, good, bad, ugly, 4 picks, 4 TDs. My dad was there with a hug after the game. He loved me.
Oh, you had
right?
a good,
absolutely.
Oh, you have an awesome dad.
I had an awesome dad. And I think more often than not where you see kids go south is when they get in the car and they're getting an earful from mom and dad.
Yeah.
So that's refreshing. On the biggest stage, you're listening to it right here. Parents out there, love your kids. Watch them. Enjoy their successes. And that's how they get to the top.
Game is a game.
So following that, and there are so many parents of middle schoolers. My son's coming, he looks good, his coach loves him, and then what 2 things would you give moms and dads, could be quarterbacks, could be tennis players, that you know to be true from your position to help them go forward?
One, please enjoy the ride. This thing is over so quick. I can still remember him being in middle school. I can remember him going to Black Ops. I can remember all that stuff, and it's gone. It's that quickly. And second, this is not the end all be all. Like mistakes in middle school or middle school growing processes or a bad middle school grade does not automatically translate into now his career's over and now he's not going to develop in high school and he's not going to develop in college and his dreams aren't going to come true. Like, relax. That would be relax, enjoy it, and understand. And I'm gonna give you, and it's kind of connected. And understand everyone's process is different. I think where they run into mistakes is where parents compare one person's process to another person's process. Oh, he got an offer in 8th grade. He got an offer in 9th grade, 10th grade. My kid doesn't have an offer. What does that mean? It just at some point everybody needs. So just allow the process to happen and understand that everyone's development is different, and just get them the best coaching you can find, and it's going to work out. Everyone will find a place to play if they continue to play, continue to develop, and have good grades.
I honestly could sit here with you all day. I think it's so unique to have a parent's perspective in a day and age now where everything is right here.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that Bryce will go dark and just focus, man, you don't see that much anymore. The fact that you guys can just enjoy the process. That was one of my 2022 goals,
Yes.
you know, as a father and as a married man, to just be present, just enjoy the present. So I don't want to lead with anything more. I think that's such a beautiful thing to end on, you know, for our listeners, and to remember that, man, this is just a game. It is such a fun thing that these kids get to go do. They've been blessed with tremendous abilities on the field. They're human beings off. Their sons, their brothers, their sisters, their daughters, and that's just a beautiful thing. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
So wait, time. Far be it for me to add on to damn heavens. One game question.
Sure.
When, from your seat, wherever you're going to be, watching the game, do you say to your wife, okay, he's settled in now, we're rolling now? What's that moment, or what do you look for? Body language? What thing do you, like, because everybody's like this to start, you may not be, but when do you know
I am.
he's here, he's arrived, he's settled in? What's the cue for you?
It's body language. If I see him just super relaxed, you know, skipping around there, having a good time, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know he's ready to go. The more relaxed, and the more he's in, and the more you break it down and realize I'm his baller, then I know that's in his head. He's in his head.
Love this. This is awesome. This is Craig Young, father of Heisman Trophy winner and potential national champ Bryce Young, quarterback leading the Roman Army, which is what we call the Alabama Crimson Tide here, the Roman Army. What an honor and a pleasure. Thank you for your time. He's coming back in a half hour to do a whole nother.
My wife would kill me.
So the Field of 12 right here. You got it from us. Craig Young, thank you, sir. Good luck tonight.
Have a great
We'll see you guys in a short break.
I appreciate you guys.
You bet.
Thank you.
Man.
Title game live show at Ellison Brewing in downtown Indianapolis in a minute. But while we wait, let me tell you guys a little bit about the Field of 68, where college basketball matters most. The Field of 68 has launched a brand new hour-long nightly streaming show that covers nothing but college basketball. It's going to give you, the fans, a chance to hear and also interact with many of the top voices and personalities in the sport. The show is presented by our partners over at BetRivers Sportsbook. Field of 68's After Dark will air nightly from 11 to 12 midnight Eastern Time. The lineup of rotating voices will include the likes of Stadium Insider Jeff Goodman, former college stars such as Robbie Hummel, Randolph Childress, Terrence Oglesby, and Ashton Gibbs. We have veteran coaches like Sean Miller, Archie Miller, and Steve Pro. And of course, up-and-coming rising star John Fanta of Fox Sports joins us twice a week. I'm also thrilled that we're able to platform some of the young up-and-coming talents in the college basketball media business, like Kevin Sweeney of Sports Illustrated, like the Sleepers media duo of Greg Waddell and Carter Elliott, the guys at the three-man weave, Jim Root, Matt Cox, and Kai McKeon. You can watch the Field of 68 After Dark every night on YouTube and streaming on our Twitter account. You can hear it every night on SiriusXM's ESPNU channel. You can see the Field of 68's Best Bets show every afternoon at 1 p.m. during the week and at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time on weekends. You can follow our stable of 25 team-specific and national podcasts, including AJ Guyton's House of Hoosier, Eric Devendorf's The Scorers Table, Dawkins on Duke with Andre Dawkins, Go Blue with Stu Douglas covering Michigan basketball. There is not a place on the planet that covers college hoops like the Field of 68, where college basketball matters most.
Welcome back to the Field of 12 After Dark Show. It is daytime in Indianapolis, National Championship game day. We're at Ellison Brewing Co. We just had an awesome conversation with Craig Young, father of Heisman Trophy quarterback Bryce Young. A lot of great insight, and we're jumping right back into it. We've got another guest. If I actually went through all the accolades of this gentleman, we would be here for hours. Barrett Jones, national champion, Whitfield Trophy winner, which we've got to know because I got to do that as well. The list goes on and on and on. But from a guy that has been in this seat, that has been in that locker room, national championship game day. Barrett, give us your thoughts as a former player. Is today different than any other game day? What is Nick Saban doing to get those guys ready today?
Yeah, first of all, I just say it's great to be a fan today. You know, I mean, normally I'm grinding. I have to be neutral. I have to say they. You know, today I'm all we.
It's a we thing. It's a we thing.
I got my A on. Like, I'm not even pretending like I'm unbiased for this one. You know, forget the dogs. Like, I'm telling every dog I see Roll Tide. So it's fun to be out here and honestly fun to be a fan. I'll be looking forward to being in the stands today. You know, I think today is a little bit different. I've actually had an experience, this exact experience, but the rematch in the national championship. To me, that's a really unique. We actually did that against LSU. We played them in the regular season and had a rematch in a national championship. Because of that, I think it creates a lot less stress, at least it did for me, because I think part of playing in a national championship, what's stressful, especially if you're playing a team from a different side of the country, is you don't really know what to expect. You know, sometimes you have no common opponents. You don't really know exactly how good a team is. But in this case, obviously, you know exactly what to expect. You know, you've already played those guys. You know what's going on. And so I think, you know, especially the short week here relative to a lot of national championships, it's just exactly like normal for these guys. And, you know, to be honest with you, I know this sounds pompous maybe, but Alabama's played a lot of these games. That's just the reality. You come to Alabama, you're playing a national championship, you know, at least every other year. And so I do think that they've got a pretty good rhythm and routine. And because of that, you know, they know how to get these guys ready. And, you know, that they'll be prepared, I think, coming out, and they'll play hard.
I love it. So we're obviously in a different, you know, kind of playoff or national championship scenario than when you were playing. Do you like this playoff to get to a national champion, or do you like, you know, kind of the BCS world that, you know, it's just basically AP poll 1-2, you guys play against each other?
You know, I like what's best for college football, and I don't know exactly what that is. I think there's a lot of debate on exactly what is best for it. You know, will the 12-team playoff yield drastically different results for the championship game? You know, probably not, in my opinion, at least not right now with how it's set up. Has the college football playoff yielded drastically different results? We've had some really, frankly, some bad semis, to be honest with you. Typically, we've had a few good ones, but we've had a lot of bad ones. So, you know, I like it. It creates more excitement. You know, I think that there's a lot of excitement right now. I think the 12-team would still create excitement. I really don't know. I mean, I definitely – my fear for college football is that it's going to become over-regionalized. It's only going to be something south-southwest that's important. So I do want to find ways to get other parts of the country involved. I do think that a lot of this will work itself out over time. You know, I mean, that's what's happened in every other sport. It's happened in college football before. I think part of it, honestly, is just Nick Saban. I mean, when Nick Saban retires, I think there'll be a lot more parity in general. And so, you know, I don't know. I think it certainly worked out well for Alabama. It worked out well for them in BCS, and it's worked out pretty well for them in the CFP too. So from an Alabama standpoint, I don't think it really matters how they set it up. Again, I just want what's best for the fan, and I think it's been fun. It's created a lot of excitement, I think, around this 4-team playoff.
So let's talk about that a little bit. You mentioned Nick Saban. You think his exit's going to open up a door for some people. As a player, you obviously have a unique insight into his preparation, his thought process, why he has been able to establish what he's been able to establish over the past 13, 14 years. What is it about Nick, kind of to piggyback off what Trevor was saying, what is it about Nick with his preparation? Is it any different heading into a championship game? What are some things that make him different? What are some things that he may do or may not do that makes you as a player feel extremely confident, prepared? How does what does he do? What makes him different?
Yeah, I would say two things. I think that the quality probably that makes him the most special is his adaptability. I mean, I think there's been so many coaches throughout history that have had one brief run where they do it a certain way and it works really well. But it's no one, frankly, has had the same kind of run where he's constantly reinvented himself. Like everyone within the Alabama community, when he hired Lane Kiffin, we thought he was crazy. We were like, all right, what are we doing here? This is not the kind of offense we run at Alabama to hire Lane Kiffin. And Alabama kind of went from a team that was playing ball control offense, really good defense, to a team that was really a thought leader offensively. Defensively, he's made a lot of changes to his philosophy and scheme. He's always kind of trying to figure out what's next. I thought last week was a great example against Cincinnati. This is a team in Alabama that this year, they only had called runs 31% of the time. And they come out on their first drive against Cincinnati, and they run it 10 out of 11 times. So I think he's unbelievable, and it takes a certain amount of humility, I think, as a coach who's had that much success, to constantly being willing to adapt and figure out what's next. I think that's what he does as well as anyone. And then also just the focus. I mean, as a player, it gives you confidence that you know what you're getting from Coach Saban every single week for his entire career. I mean, this man loves the grind more than anyone I've ever been around in my entire life. Like, he loves grinding. He loves watching film. His happiest he ever is at practice, at least once the media leaves. That's his happiest he ever is. He loves practicing, he loves grinding, he loves teaching and coaching and getting guys better. And so I think just his consistency, and obviously, I guess the last one to tie a bow in it is he's brilliant. I mean, from a tactician standpoint, he's seen everything, the ability to make adjustments at halftime. He knows how to counter certain things that teams are doing. He's a really great mind of college football on top of all the other great characteristics he has.
Go ahead. Let me ask you a little bit deeper. You said he loves coaching. I think that's a unique thing. Something that I've noticed that in the new wave of college football, you have a lot of guys who have adapted to this spread system. They kind of know the lingo. They can talk it. They're CEOs. They manage the marketing, the media. There's certain coaches out there that own that side of things. I think Saban's done a great job at that in his own unique way in terms of kind of a blue-collar, hard hat. We're going to do it between the lines. We're going to show it. I think the element of him from an X's and O's standpoint is something that the coaching profession not necessarily has gotten away from, but the ability, like you were saying, to be able to coach every position, to have an understanding of that. How much of an advantage as a player, if any, do you feel that is? What does that bring to the locker room? What does that bring to each position group, knowing that the guy running the ship, he could coach quarterbacks, he could coach a freaking 3-tech, he could do whatever he wants to do, and he could talk it, and he loves it, and he does it every day. He could also go out and sell the program to anybody. Yeah. But his bread and butter, the thing he loves, and you as a player sitting inside that locker room know that he loves that, is the X's and O's standpoint. What does that bring to you as a player? How do you relate to that?
Yeah, it's a great point. Thankfully, I was lucky that probably the position group he's the least involved in is O-line. That's kind of one.
Kidding.
He doesn't mess a ton with O-linemen. He always had a really good O-line coach, and he would kind of come in there and check on us a lot. Be like, "You guys okay? All right, good. Y'all keep doing what you're doing." Now he knew we messed up. He loved to get after us when we messed up. Right. But I think that is a great point, X's and O's wise. Even getting into this game plan, I think that one thing when you play Alabama and you looked at kind of the teams that have beaten Alabama is he does as good of a job of developing talent as anybody out there. And obviously he gets great talent. And so you got to have talent to be able to develop talent. But it's not just like he's getting great recruits. I mean, look, he's putting these dudes in the NFL. I mean, that doesn't just happen. There's a lot of five-star guys that get recruited that never turn into good NFL players. So he does that. And then I always say if you're going to beat Alabama, you got to have dudes that are going to go up and make plays in man coverage, because rarely, especially defensively, are they going to have guys running wide open. I mean, they're just generally so sound defensively in what they do, their scheme. Everybody knows what they're doing. It's pretty complex. But he does such a great job of teaching and coaching. And I think that gives you a lot of confidence as a player to know, okay, hey, we know what we're doing. We've got a guy who really understands every part of the defense and the offense that can really equip us with the tools and the tools to make adjustments when those kind of things happen. So it does give you confidence. And, obviously now it helps when you have the track record to go along with it. Because it's not just like, hey, when I committed, it was a little bit more of a risk. Like they were coming off a 7-6 season. And like, hey, we know this work. It worked at LSU, obviously, but that was my class with guys like Julio Jones, Dante Hightower, Mark Ingram. We kind of saw maybe the writing on the wall that it was going to be that way. Now these guys, there's no secret. He wins championships. He puts guys in the NFL. That's what he does, and he's got a proven track record of doing it.
That's a great perspective. Let's go under the hood a little bit. We talked a little X's and O's. You got to play in multiple of these games that we'll watch tonight.
3.
Three of them. Yes. Not to boast. Not to boast.
Don't shortchange me.
What was your favorite experience and why? Was it, hey, leading up to the week, we had a really fun, event that we went to? Was it the group of guys that you played with? Was it the game itself? You had a great game, so it just sticks out in your mind. Of the 3 national championships that you were a part of, what was your favorite one and why?
Well, I would say, first of all, I had a great time playing in Alabama. We didn't have a ton of fun on those trips. They weren't that fun. All right. Our mentality was like, we can have fun later. Hey, we're trying to win the national championship. We're locked in. Curfew was not an issue. Like, we were watching film, grinding. Maybe for some of the younger guys that weren't going to play, but like all the older guys, we were like, okay, we got a chance to do something that's going to be remembered for a long time. So that was kind of our mission. I would say the most fun thing for me, though. So, as a kid, my freshman year in high school, the greatest football game I ever saw, and you guys remember this game, was the 05 Rose Bowl. It was Texas USC. Yep. You had Vince Young, you had Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Lindell White. And I remember the end of that game, 4th and 2, Vince Young scrambles around the right side, front right pylon. The DN drops into coverage, loose contain. Anyway, and and Vince Young has this great moment where he's kind of holding the trophy. The confetti's falling down on him. And I was a freshman in high school, and I said, someday I want to do that. And so here we go. Fast forward 5 years later. Wow. Here we beat Tim Tebow in the SC Championship. We go play Texas in the Rose Bowl. Same situation. Just kind of a childhood dream of mine. Then we get there, and funny story. So everyone else after the game was over, we beat them. Colt McCoy, we beat them, and everyone else was running around. I'm a very strategic guy. So I went straight up to the podium, and I got a front row spot. I was like, hey, I can celebrate later. I got to hold the trophy. You know what I'm saying? And so I got up there, and at first I was like, am I on the right spot? Because it was like 15 minutes. Everybody's running around. Finally, I get up there. Coach Saban holds the trophy. The team captains hold the trophy. The next guy to hold the trophy, redshirt freshman right guard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I was like, I can't miss this opportunity to do it. I held it. I got my picture. It was pretty special. So that was probably the moment I remember the most.
Yeah, that's awesome. Amazing.
That's a cool story.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't. Do we have time? Can I ask one more?
I got time.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm coming to your time too. But okay, so specifically about this game, something that we've been talking about really all year, and kind of theme. The Georgia defense is the White Walkers. That unit over there, the 11 guys are really stout. Is that something coming into this game that you guys, the O-line room kind of take and say, hey, man, we're going to shoulder this? And because there's so much talk about how great that defense is, it's going to start with this run game. Right now they have Bryce Young, who's a highly talented kid, just won the Heisman, but they have Brian Robertson, who you just mentioned, too, in the Cincinnati game, running 10 out of 11 times. That's right behind you guys, which is, I think, incredible from a quarterback spot. When you guys get rolling, that's when the game just starts to flow. So is that something, Bear, that you guys kind of say internally, hey, man, we're going to take over this game early?
Well, there's definitely a really good culture at Alabama in the offensive line room, and thankfully there's been a good tradition now of a lot of really good offensive lines. And I thought this offensive line, they've struggled a lot this season, to be honest with you, at least relative to kind of what you're used to seeing out of Alabama offensive lines. They played by far their best game in that first game against Georgia. And it's going to take it again today. As much as I would love to see them come out and run the football, this front seven for Georgia is legit. Yeah. And I think it is a great defense, but if there's a weakness in this defense, it's in the secondary. And I don't think there's any doubt that they're a good secondary. I'm not saying they're garbage at all. They're really good. but they're not quite as good as that front seven. And so they had 47 called passes in that first game. Bryce Young threw it 44 times. He scrambled 3 times, 47. I think we're going to see something like that again today. I think it's all about the protection up front. I think if you protect up front, Alabama's got a lot of playmakers on the back end. I don't think Georgia could cover them. I think they know that. I think everyone talks about why didn't they bring more pressure in that first game. I think it's because they're terrified about Jameson Williams. And you saw what he did when he was in man-to-man coverage. I mean, that guy's tough to cover, and they got a lot of their dudes. Now, obviously, Mechie's out for this game. I think that's a big deal. But to me, the big storyline is what you said. Can the offensive line protect up front? They did a great job of it in that first matchup. What they've really struggled with all season is movement and twist, though, and that's something Georgia didn't do a ton in that first matchup. I think you'll see a lot more movement, games, pick stunts out of this defense and this time around, and we'll see how the Alabama offensive line handles it. By the way, 2 linemen for Alabama are questionable coming to this game, the right guard and right tackle. A huge storyline to keep an eye on.
That's right. You played in multiple of these. We already established that. Does the experience of just putting on the crimson jersey and you go as a redshirt guy or a redshirt freshman and you get older and older and older, does the experience help you going from one to the next where these guys are like, yeah, we're going to be locked in, we're watching film late at night. Georgia hadn't been here in a couple of years. A lot of guys on their roster haven't experienced this. Does that kind of make you guys more zoned in where you understand what to expect and how to prepare, as opposed to a Georgia team where they may make it too big of a moment? Year to year, when you went from national championship to national championship, did it get easier mentally, is my question.
I think it's definitely a factor. First of all, I'll say I always hoped in these kind of games, as a fat guy, that we were wearing the crimson jerseys, because the white on white didn't do pasty white dudes any favors. So I was always rooting for the crimson jerseys big time. The Jack guys, they look good in anything, but the big fat white guys, we looked a lot better in crimson than white. So that's the first thing. I will say this, I think that is a huge deal, because in any national championship, in any big game really, you're going to have a time where you have to weather the storm a little bit. And I thought that there was a huge turning point in that first matchup. If you go back and watch the game, the game started a lot like that SEC championship, exactly like I thought it would. 10-0 Georgia, they came out, I thought, hey, they look at the better team. All of a sudden, Bama scores 2 quick touchdowns, and there was almost a collective feeling of Georgia like, oh man, here we go again. Yeah. So to me, that's something to keep an eye on. There's going to come a time in this game for both sides where they have to weather the storm. I thought Alabama, again, had that championship experience. They weren't troubled. They were down 10-0 right out of the gate, didn't panic. And when Georgia got kicked back, I thought they didn't respond that well. And so I'm sure that's been a major focus for them. It's a mental hurdle. Like, as much as they want to talk about it not being, it is. Until you do something, you always got to wonder deep down, can I do it? Now, certainly, they have the talent to do it. But will it happen today for them? I don't know. I mean, I think that's certainly something I'm sure they've talked through. But that's something to keep an eye on when that storm comes from Alabama. How does Georgia react this time around versus the first time?
No doubt. I think there's definitely something to that. And to your point about Nick Saban and what he's done from a player development standpoint, I think something that's come along in the last few years has been what he's done from a coaching development standpoint. And you look at Kirby Smart, spent 11 seasons with Nick, a lot of carryover from a defensive philosophy standpoint. There's been some tweaks. There's been some things that he's done in terms of alignment assignment, things like that, that he's kind of made his own and brought from his background. However, there's some familiarity there. And I think when you look at the grand scheme of college football, there's a lot of coaches that stepping into this situation would be fairly intimidated. To your point, having already had this game happen, not only as a player standpoint, you know what to expect, what's lining up across from you, the first snap, the first contact, all those things. From a coaching standpoint, there's familiarity, similar conference, but also there's familiarity from the standpoint of how they run the ship. Kirby was a part of a lot of these. It's hard to explain that and have that bleed into your team, as they've never experienced that. But I think there's an element there that sets Georgia up to be more prepared than most teams heading into this one. When you're talking about Saban and Kirby, what do you think Kirby's going to leverage the most from his experience with Saban into this game? Maybe he didn't do it in the SEC championship game, something like that. Maybe a nugget that you have from your experience having to go against that defense all during camp, all during spring ball. What's a nugget you think Kirby's going to try to leverage to get a foot up?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like that goes both ways, because obviously there's so much familiarity. And I do think that offensive line-wise, it's an advantage for both offensive lines because the way that Alabama and Georgia really run their blitz packages, there's a lot of similarities there. You know, I mean, they do a really good job of disguising pressure, especially on third down. They've got dudes standing up everywhere, figuring out where they're coming from. It's hard. I mean, look, Desmond Ridder, a good player, he struggled a week ago doing it. I mean, trying to figure out where the pressure was coming from on third down. So I think the familiarity there helps. But like you said, Kirby, I think Kirby's done as good of a job as any Saban assistant of copying the things from Coach Saban that worked, but also making it his own.
Yeah.
And not just trying to make it a carbon copy of really, embodying, okay, obviously I got to be genuine. I can't just try to be something I'm not, right? So they have a lot of similarities personality-wise, but I do think that we'll see some wrinkles today. I think there will be some wrinkles, some things that Kirby and Nick will throw in that they probably didn't see in that first matchup.
Well, Barrett, a lot of amazing insight. Before we let you go, obviously we know who your pick is. You're touting the Crimson on.
Absolutely.
But
not
are
hard to
you
pick.
extreme? We've talked a lot about it on this show. It's difficult to beat a team like Georgia and that caliber twice in a year. You go back to elementary ball. That's a tough thing to do. Are you extremely confident in the Crimson Tide tonight? And if so, I'm going to put you on the spot here. What's your score prediction?
It's not on the spot. First of all, I'm a Saban guy through and through, so all that beat a team twice is garbage.
There you go.
Saban's above that. Saban is above that.
It's in your mind. Like, don't worry about that garbage. All these mantras, beat a team twice. There's a reason it's kiddie ball because it's a kiddie ball saying. It's garbage. I'm kidding. I'm just saying that's what Coach Saban would say. Is that I think there's something to that. Maybe it's a closer game, but when you beat a team by 17, I do think it gives you a certain element of confidence of like, hey, we probably feel like we're better than these guys. And I imagine. No, I'm not saying that. I think it should have been a pickup personally. I don't know who Nick Saban paid to make Georgia a favorite. He must know somebody in Vegas, because he loves the yummy rat poison. So my pick is 31-24 Bama. I think it'll be a really good game. I think both of these teams are awesome. And cliche answer, but I think it's just going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes and who executes better. I mean, I think they're both awesome and both could win. I'll say this one thing. You look back at the quarterbacks that have beaten Alabama, and one of the toughest trips I ever had, was to the Sugar Bowl. That was a brutal trip. I was in the NFL riding high. I thought it'd be an easy game against some kind of upstart quarterback over here, transfer guy. Whatever. Anyway, that was tough day. So, but the Stetson Bennett doesn't necessarily fit the mold of a lot of the guys you've seen. Now, look, you got to take your hat off to him. He's done a fantastic job of getting better and better. But he's got an opportunity to be a legend. But he's going to have to be legendary tonight. I think you got to have great quarterback play if you want to be Alabama. There's no secret to it. You're not going to just run the ball down their throat all night. You got to have great quarterback play. The Stetson Bennett rise to the occasion. This is his third shot at it. He did it the first 2 times. He played okay. But he's going to have to be awesome tonight. And hey, credit to the guy. If he's awesome tonight, he will never buy another drink in the rest of his life. That's right. So,
that's already been said tonight.
Twice. But he's going to have to be awesome, I think, if they're going to beat Alabama.
No doubt. Yeah. The Field of 12 here at Ellison Brewing Company. Barrett Jones, former Alabama Crimson Tide national champion. We're getting closer to kickoff here. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with you guys in a couple minutes. Thanks, Barrett.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Field of 12 College Football Show After Dark. George Whitfield rolling, Christian Hackenberg, Bryce Petty, Trevor Knight, the quarter zip. They have that cornered over there. We're chilling over here. One team, it's a we thing, Bryce.
Yes, sir.
Ellison Brewing Company National Championship game. We are finally here. 500 Madison Avenue. Come on down. Any of these guys will get you anything you want to sip on with customer service. These guys will set you up. Right now it's a dog's bar. I'm not going to wake them up because if I start doing that, then a train is going to come rolling through here. But we're going to let them chill. Welcome back with us. We're a couple hours. We're a couple hours out. It's starting to feel like, shit, the sun's going to go down. Out come the werewolves. And then we're going to see a hell of a matchup tonight. Championship game, Hack. Let's go for a little bit on Bama. Let's go for a little bit on Alabama. So the Roman Army, which we've been calling them all season just because of the consistency and how they just crush these little tribes and villages all the time, is it again Alabama's court? Let's go into what the Tide's success means, the legacy that they're going to put on a sport, really in all sport. Look, what do we think about the Roman Army? Are they good for college football? Can you cheer for them? Is it okay to cheer for them?
Well, we heard from Barrett Jones just a few minutes ago that he doesn't know who Nick Saban called up, paid off, whatever, but he had some sort of play into Alabama being the underdog in this game. He said he likes eating the rat poison. They're the underdog. Why? I don't know, because, George, to answer your question, they are absolutely the top dog in this fight. This is their house. It's home field advantage. I know we're at a neutral site, but they've been here so many times. Hey, step into our living room. We'll show you how it's done. Yeah, you may come up and give us a good fight on the ping pong table, but at the end of the day, house rules. We are absolutely going to show you how it's done from start to finish. We'll see how it ends up. I'm still riding with Georgia in this one, but you start talking about it more, and it starts making you puzzle yourself. Why am I doing that? Alabama, this is their house. Right? Thoughts?
I love it. No, it's funny that you said that too, because that's exactly where my mind went in terms of Barrett saying, man, how are we an underdog? We already beat them. We just beat them in the SEC championship game. How are we the underdog? That has to be a mentality that Saban just absolutely loves. Coaches that are where he is at and had the success that he is at, it's always because you hate to say it, but it's kind of the mind games that they play. There's always a calculated reason for everything that they do. This is no different than anything that Saban's ever done. This is something that I think, again, you got Kirby Smart firing cannons at him. It's like, hey, man, this is my ocean. I'm going to keep sailing, doing what I need to do. I'm excited about this game for a couple different reasons. One, it's a rematch. And I don't think it's been said enough. I know that we've said it a couple times. This is a rematch. You get the same team twice. So what does that mean? Especially, again, because Barrett Jones just left us. Those guys up front, there's a lot of pressure on those guys because there's that much more pressure on the defensive side of ball. The Georgia Bulldogs this time around.
8 quarters, baby.
8 quarters, 100%.
quarters.
And so can you get up and do it again and again and again? And I think these guys will answer that call. I love that we had, Craig Young on here because Bryce Young has to be the center focus of this whole game. Again, can he just, with his allure and just with his charisma, be able to say, hey guys, it's going to be a storm. We're going to ride through this storm. Just stay with me. Between him and Nick Saban, I think they're the best at doing that. Stetson Bennett, again, that's on the Georgia side of the football, but he has to be talked about in this game as well. What Nick Saban and those guys do on the defensive side of the ball, again, to make him make those bad decisions, that's definitely going to be talked about as well.
I think to touch on your point, I think you guys did a great job of breaking it all down. I agree with you. I think whichever team avoids the highest peaks and the lowest lows throughout this game is going to have the best chance. And I think that's a reflection of leadership, both from the head coach and also from your quarterbacks. I think that's not to be overlooked. I think that's a very valuable point. Now, something you asked at the end there, is this good for college football?
Right.
At the end of the day, I think as fans, something that I am now transitioning into this, role of a fandom and watching and analyzing and things of that nature. oftentimes I feel like we take this stuff for granted. We take Tom Brady for granted.
Greatness.
We take LeBron James for granted. At the end of the day, I think there's a point in time where, as fans of sports, followers, alumni, whatever it may be, you need to sit there and look at this as an opportunity to just sit back and soak in greatness. And Saban has set this standard, and that's something we touched on with Barrett. Not only has Saban done it from on the field, player development, NFL dreams, he's done it from he has made the coaching ranks stronger. This guy has literally transcended so many different layers of this entire process, and he's done it at an elite level and prepared so many other programs. You just got to sit back and enjoy the show, man. There's a lot of credit that needs to go there, but you got to put the walls down, you got to put the alliances down and the allegiances down. Enjoy the show. Enjoy greatness. And Saban's been the epitome of it in college football.
He's obviously got a lot of respect, and you touched on a good point there, Hack. Let's talk about Bill O'Brien for a second.
Yeah.
You played for the guy. He's been a head coach at the college ranks at big-time programs. He was a head coach in the NFL. He's a GM. Like, this dude's got an alpha mentality. He comes in, steps into the role there at Bama underneath Nick Saban. What are those conversations like? That's impressive as a leader to say, hey, I respect everything you've done, but just like the last few guys that have been here, step into the role and we got to get it done on Saturdays. You know Bill O'Brien. Is he the type of person that can step in and kind of take a back seat to somebody? Or do you think it really is a testament to Saban having that culture of, hey, I'm going to do it my way, you buy in or you're not going to be here?
I think it's two-pronged. I think there's a lot of testament that needs to go to Saban and the way he runs the ship, because it's not just Bill O'Brien. Look at Kiffin. Prior to Kiffin showing up in Alabama, that guy was a loose cannon. He was a I want every camera at me. I'm gonna rebel without a pause, dude. He was doing his thing. Saban reeled him in. Now you see Kiffin over at Ole Miss, structured, running that ship, doing a damn good job. Same with Sark at Texas.
Same with Loxley at Maryland.
You sit there and you start looking at the guys that have gone. It's almost like it's a Nick Saban rehab program. He brings in guys who have really bad experiences, and they come in and he gets them right back on track. It's incredible. I think Bill uniquely had a lot of experience with a very similar guy at the NFL level in Bill Belichick. When you're into the Patriot way, you're into that. The one thing I always appreciated when he came to Penn State straight from there is that he still had an element of him. He took a lot of the stuff that he learned from Bill that was great, but he applied that to aspects and beliefs that he had and brought it to Penn State, and also bought into, which was a weird element because we started talking about like greatest coaches of all time, generational names, and Joe Paterno, following that up. That's a tough gig for anybody. So I have a lot of respect for Bill and the way he did that. I think when he got to Houston, there was a lot of experiences that he had that he probably would go back and change. And I think being able to come back with Saban, I think there's an element. I think Bill has the humility to be able to bend the knee a little bit if that's kind of what you're asking. But he also, don't think for 1 second that Bill O'Brien isn't in there planning ahead for the next job, the next opportunity. And similarly to all these other guys we just named, going to take all those experiences from Saban and build it into his game plan and build it into what makes him.
Agreed. Speaking of that greatness, this coming from our production department, one of our producers, Greg, broke down the numbers. Top 10 teams as opponents. Nick Saban, 34-11 against top 10 teams. Kirby Smart, not far behind on a percentage standpoint, 12-6. So the student is following close with the mentor. They both handle heavyweight bouts. Kirby's winning 2 out of 3 times he gets in against an equal opposite. And Coach Saban's winning 3 out of 4 times against an equal opposite. I don't put that in perspective for people at home, what that means to come out on top that much against an equal opposite monster.
Well, I think it's to answer the best way is to know that your name is circled on the calendar back in July.
Yeah.
You know, when guys are working out in the offseason, they have your name circled. If you're Alabama, if you're Georgia, especially in the East, every SEC East team is circling your name. If you're Alabama, every team is circling your name. So I think that, when you start looking at what that record actually entails, to be that good for that long in a game that a lot of people are giving you their all. I mean, you come to a game against Alabama or Georgia, you know that you're going to get their best. That to me right there says all that you need to know about what that record at 34-11 or a record at 12-6 and growing means to a Kirby Smart as a coach, and then also as a player under Kirby Smart.
Separate from each other, yes. Both incredible feats. They've done a great job against top 10 teams. Winning against a not top 10 team, an unranked team, is hard in college football. Winning, period, is hard. What they've been able to do against top talent, Bryce, to your point, incredibly impressive. That being said, tonight, George mentioned it a second ago, it's mentor versus mentee. This isn't going up against any just top 10 team. This is mentor versus mentee. They're going head to head.
Straight up Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker.
There's absolutely no doubt. Which makes me, and I said this I think the other night when we were all talking, and I probably say this every couple years because it's the next big game up, but I'm more excited for this game tonight than a national championship in my recent history in my brain. I think these two teams are the best two teams in college football. We've established that. But again, going back to the passion that these kids are going to play with, all the way from the coach, the head coach, through the coordinators, all the way down to the player and even the guy just waving the towel on the sideline. Walk on, part of a national championship game. You're going to see passion. You're going to see sweat, blood, tears, the whole 9 yards. I can't wait for a couple hours from now, guys.
Yeah, I do agree. These are two best locker rooms. Coaching staffs, you could say Georgia's coaching staff is up there with a lot of them. There's a lot of great coaching staffs. But these teams know each other.
Yep.
They've been rivals and grown up against each other. Same neighborhood, same tough-ass neighborhood. They come out of the same conference. They've been molded through the same,
Recruiting the same kids.
through the same guys. How many of these guys on Bama had a Georgia offer and vice versa? Right? There's very few. I will say that was an interesting statistic with Greg Byrne. 18% of Alabama's athletes come from a Pac-12 footprint.
Yeah.
So that's what he hit us with, Bryce. That's what he said. That was shocking. Yeah. 1 in 5.
California.
California or West Coast, which speaks volumes. Hey, so for those of you just joining us again, Field of 12 college football show after dark edition. We're finally at the championship game in Indianapolis, Indiana. Trevor Knight, Bryce Petty, Christian Hackenberg. I'm George Whitfield. If you're local, come down and see us. Ellison Brewing Company, Madison Avenue. We're 1 block away from Lucas Oil. We're in right now, sounds like the house of the dogs. It's all Georgia fans down here. That's okay. We're rocking with them. They're going to have one of those Georgia chants come rolling through that train.
It's going to happen soon.
It's going to happen soon. They're due. They're due. Up next, we got Jameson Williams' dad will be here. He's going to join us. We just had a chance to talk to the Heisman Trophy winner's dad, Craig Young. Like, how awesome was that? Alabama's athletic director, Greg Byrne, was on the scene. Hack to talk about NIL, playoff expansion, conference expansion. Barrett Jones, these guys had a great breakdown with Barrett Jones, legendary Alabama offensive lineman, 3-time national champion. It keeps rolling. So now we have Alabama's biggest weapon, Jameson Williams' dad. He'll be joining us here momentarily, followed up by legendary sports writer Pat Forty from Sports Illustrated. We're going to be able to pull and pluck a lot of questions off of him. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, Trevor's going to be doing some receipt digging on Pat Forty. See what's going on.
100%.
We're going to start doing it. I think all of us need to do that.
Hey, can we raise a beer? A quick shout out to the Foaling Company, the Foaling Warehouse in Indianapolis.
Oh my gosh.
Something else or what? If you guys aren't aware of Foaling, look it up. I know Midwesterners know it. Foaling, it's bowling with a football. It was born at the Indy 500. And you brought in a bunch of quarterbacks, plus a producer who can throw 70 yards. He comes in, Jeff Goodman. We're going after it. Folding, you got to look that up. It's probably the most fun I've had.
Give our listeners insight. Who won yesterday?
Oh, that's a great question. So, ironically, the back and forth, the teams sat like this. Quarter zips versus the polos. And again, it's unfortunate. The battle was tremendous. I wish we had a chance to get one more and to separate.
Yeah, it was like Christians versus convicts.
It just went like this. If we had one more game, I thought we could have saw some separation. Unfortunately,
and just so our listeners know too, anything that you do with George was that kid in middle school that would take the batteries out of his controller when he was losing and be like, man, I don't know what happened. Man, we'll just chalk this up as a tie. We'll come back and we'll do it again.
We'll come back.
There's no worst loser out.
House rules to the max.
Team
You gotta give George credit though for
46-1.
interrupting. He's the king of interrupting momentum. George is like, I sense it. It ain't my way.
Yeah.
Bam. Interrupted.
Time out.
Switch sides. Let's deal it up. You got to give some credit for that, though.
Learn that from Coach Saban. Learn that from Coach Saban. If you see them rolling,
back in timeout.
Something. Go down. Your hamstring. Go down. Something. At the end of the day, are we winning or not? That's it. That's really it. But foaling, I've only known about foaling for about 48 hours. It was the most fun I've had in some type of a indoor adult playground. How's your arms feel?
Sore. A little sore. Yeah.
Hack, you were talking about
rotator cuff. And I threw a little ice on that joke.
I'm talking bombs over Baghdad, real bowling pins, the heavy bowling pins, and what your ability is to spin that ball and knock them out. That was so much fun. Once again, we got Jameson Williams' dad, coming in here. He's going to be rolling with us. We're going to learn about his son's transition from Ohio State, 5-star receiver, transfer portal, Alabama to Alabama's #1 receiver. Like, imagine how talented you got to be to star for 2 of the 5 families. Let's take a quick detour. News broke just a little while ago. News relative to what we spoke about at dinner. The transfer portal, the biggest player in college football in terms of magnitude, Caleb Williams. And where will he go? Well, did we learn something? Because an hour ago, USC's quarterback Jackson Dart entered the transfer portal. He has now said, I'm out of here. He is clearing the deck. And I talked to our producer, Rob. I said, Rob, guys don't leave with clear skies. He must have felt some kind of rumbling. He must have heard something. Somebody tipped him, and out he goes. So what is this? Does this mean anything necessarily, Trevor, that Caleb is more likely to go, and where should he go?
Interesting to hear that news, obviously. But I think it does shed light on what the situation will be at USC at quarterback. I had an opportunity to talk to both Lincoln Riley and to Jackson Dart. And Jackson Dart wasn't recruited by Lincoln Riley out of high school. He's got no relationship with him. All he was asking for was a fair shot. If it's Caleb Williams or anybody else that comes in to compete, I just want a fair shot. It seems as though over the last couple days, his conversations internally have led him and his family to believe that either one, he's not going to get a fair shot. Number 2, it might be Caleb Williams coming in and he doesn't even want to have to deal with that. Or number 3, like a lot of these guys, he's putting his name in the portal to go out and just source. See if there's a better opportunity than where he's at, which it's missing. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. Hack, you've got some thoughts on it.
This is free agency, bro. This is interesting. You look at so there's a lot of stuff going on with Harbaugh and how the NFL interest started getting leaked. Harbaugh took a pay cut last year to be able to remain at Michigan and still have the reins. Now they make the college football playoff. The week after they lose, great successful season, big turnaround. There's a leak about, hey, there might be some NFL interest here. I'm I'm just saying, playing the game. Is there an element there of the agent going, let's leak this, let's get Michigan to pay you again? I think there's this. This is what's happening where you basically enable everybody to go out there. It's free agency in college football. A guy like Jackson Dart, he could enter his name in the portal. He could also come back to USC. There's no promises. There's no guarantees. Everything's a one-year contract. When the lights go on, you figure it out. He could be out there testing it. He could also be calling Lincoln Riley's bluff right here. Hey, man. You got a bird in the hand. You got a bird in the hand. Bird in the bush. What are you going to do about it?
Good point.
I can throw it out. I can keep it here. There's a game now that's elevating, and this is what we talk about: the whole transfer portal, NIL, everything. It's the Wild West. They're opening things up.
I think he left the blind date.
He didn't even show up. You got a bird in the hand, but there's a pterodactyl out there. There's a pterodactyl.
But you got to wrestle that Taker in, though.
You do got to wrestle that.
Georgia was like, hey man, I got you. Oh yeah. You gonna like it? Jackson's like, I ain't even trying that.
So, Bryce, it's yours, but to set you up, going off of what Trevor said, how realistic is the conversation when Jackson Dart says to Lincoln Riley, direct or indirect, Caleb or no Caleb, I just want a fair shot. How realistic is that if you're trying to get this pterodactyl to land at USC?
I think you're the one to answer this question.
I mean, honestly, I didn't have it.
This is what I told Jackson on the phone. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that Lincoln Riley and any other head coach for that matter will put the best player on the field. That's their job. These guys are competitive.
Well, then it's over with, right? Before it starts.
Is it, though? Is it?
Do you have a question about who's better between him and Jackson Dart?
Fair question, but I don't know if we've seen enough about from Caleb Williams, number one. He played relatively pedestrian in a couple games.
100%.
Jackson Dart.
Think about the whole JT Daniels Stetson Bennett thing. Let's think about it.
Okay,
you throw them two out on a park bench with a football. Who are you picking? In a pickup game of football, who are you picking? 10 times out of 10, you've been around.
Between Daniels and Bennett?
Yeah. Park bench, San Diego, Don City, California. You don't know anything about them. They're throwing a football. Who are you picking?
JT Daniels.
Absolutely. Same point. The thing that I think, and I think it's a fair question that Jackson Dart's asking himself in his head with his family. Even if I get a fair shot in camp, relationships go a long way. He's going to have to reinvent himself to Lincoln Riley, earn the respect, earn this, earn that. Caleb Williams was recruited by Lincoln out of high school. He played for him for a year. He understands his demeanor. He understands how he would like to be coached. He understands his preparation process. He's already gotten over that kind of foundational hurdle. I think Jackson Dart and his family are looking at this going, I believe in myself. I know this sucks because I want to be a Trojan. It's just not the best opportunity for me in 3 more years to go and end up being an NFL quarterback. We talked to Craig Young. He said, we're not trying to get out in front of ourselves, but what's our goal? Our goal is not to win a couple college football games. That's part of the process. Our goal is to go play in the NFL. That's the end goal. What's going to be the best opportunity for Jackson Dart and his whole family to go and do that? I think it's probably a good idea to go at least source and look around to other schools.
Bryce, if we're following your concept of what the landscape looks like, best case scenario for Caleb Williams to also be here in the national championship coming, best spot would be what for him?
Between SC and OU?
Just
or
whoever.
just anywhere? Man, shoot. I want to come right back down here to Georgia, to be totally honest with you, or Alabama. I don't mean to switch this up. I think you need to be sitting here. All right. We keep rolling.
So, without further ado, we'll pick up that thought here soon. We just introed another Dad of the Year honoree. This is Mr. James Williams, father of Alabama's #1 weapon, Jamison Williams. Sir, great to have you. Thank you for coming on and joining us here at the Field of 12. We're going to waste no time. And yes, we're sitting in a dog's bar, but we got your back, though. We got your back. A train's coming here soon. We got your back.
Sometimes you gotta get dropped off.
You gotta get all the way in it. I see.
And start working. Little recon mission.
A recon. So let's just open this up. Let's open it up. We know your son as the rock star. 15 touchdowns. Leading the SEC in catches and yards. He's the #1 threat. Even when Mechie was healthy. Your son, we are all seeing him here now. Can we go back, coming out of Cardinal Ritter, out of St. Louis? How did the discussion and the process go to arrive at Ohio State?
Honestly, we used to go back and forth about it a whole lot. And I mean, I kind of feel like he fit the Alabama mold. He kind of felt like he fit the Ohio State mold. The kid got to do what the kid want to do, so the kid followed his heart and went to Ohio State first. You know, and I guess as time went, sometimes we realize we make mistakes. You know, and very rarely you get a chance to right or wrong in life. You know, in your own mind, not because of someone else's. You know,
what was some of the big factors that drew him to Ohio State initially? We know he had offers Urban. Yeah. Urban.
Urban was the guy.
The way Urban runs his offense is a little different than, you know, the norm. He'll be used kind of like how Saban is using them now. You know.
So the one thing, I played at Penn State. I'm a Big Ten guy. I got a lot of respect for what Urban and Ohio State have done, specifically in that receiver room. Because when you look at that this year, they had Garrett Wilson, Olave, but then those two guys opt out. Jackson Smith and Jigba, who was their #3 this year, he goes out and has 300 yards in the Rose Bowl. They have the #1 player in Julian Fleming, who was the #1 receiver last year, coming out. They got him. They got Marvin Harrison Jr. in there. They have a very deep room. When your son decided to leave Ohio State, when he started that process, what did it look like? Having an understanding of being in a very deep, talented room that has a long history of putting out some really good football players, when he started to look what's next, was it Alabama the whole way, or did he lay a lot of things out? And if it was Alabama, what made that decision so easy for him?
Well, if I could be candid, I don't think he left because it was a deep room.
Right.
Honestly, I think he left because.
Walk it out for us.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say
he
I'm
left
saying it's a very talented room.
he was a starter all last year.
Yep.
And only got about 20-25 passes thrown at him. I mean, if you know what you are in your heart, most of the time you won't take less.
Right.
And that's just a life lesson.
Right.
And he's not a guy that's going to really settle for less when he knows he deserves more.
Right.
You know, for these kids that go out and work their heart out at practice, and then the coach may throw you something, may give you a handoff, may let you have a rep in the game. It's a lot harder for these kids to take these days, you know, especially when opportunities are limitless.
Right.
And then when Alabama comes saying, "How you doing? Why you look so bad? Why such a long face?" You know? The face not so long anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard to tell the boss no.
Right.
How was the process? So you arrive at that. We're gonna make an adjustment on where we are. He goes into the portal. Recruiting was national. He had offers from everywhere. Probably some from outside the country. The second round of recruiting, once he goes in the portal, what did you learn? What was different? What were you looking for? The Hack's question. How was second round of recruiting different from high school round of recruiting?
The second round of recruiting is different because you don't really care about the bells and whistles no more. You just want to be somewhere where somebody loves you.
And you want to go play.
I mean, you want to play.
You want to be that
You
guy.
know, you want to be somewhere where somebody really appreciates your talent versus coming out of high school and a coach says, "I love you," but when you get there, now I got to mold your talent. And no one knows how long the mold is going to take before it's Picasso, satisfactory status. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think when you go in the portal, whoever pulls you out, they pretty much pulling you out because you're ready-made already. You know, now how fast you learn the playbook is kind of like how fast you learn, period.
Right.
You know, your own understanding football like you. But it's more bang bang in the transfer portal versus in high school. Take it out as far as you want, especially if you are who you think you are.
So when in your kitchen table, your theoretical kitchen table, you and your family, your son, he's in Columbus or maybe he's back home, when did the Alabama idea start to take shape? Then when did it turn serious to that's the idea, that's where we headed?
Well, honestly, me and him used to go back and forth about Alabama because I really wanted him to come to Alabama.
Out of high school.
Out of high school. He didn't want to come to Alabama. He wanted to go to Ohio State. Fine. So when it was Alabama, it was kind of like, that was cool because like Alabama was one of the first ones to offer him when he went in the portal. You know?
Right.
So it was kind of like, hey, this guy in the portal, let's get on top of it because he's going to be a high commodity. And true enough, he probably had another 25 offers in the transfer portal within a week.
But that's key, what you just said. They had a relationship already with Alabama through recruiting.
Right.
You had already seen the lay of the land. You had already met Coach Saban. He had already met the receiver coaches.
Yeah.
Coach O'Brien was already there when he was coming through. You knew the expectations. So now, once he got to Alabama, and we asked Craig Young the same question, what was your expectations for Jameson's season? What did you imagine when they kicked off that first game in Miami? How it would play out for him and how it would play out for this squad?
This.
That's it.
Exactly what happened.
Hey, he said the same thing. Exactly the same thing. I love
What am I supposed to say, man? I
Last dance to you.
mean, you talking about a kid that's NFL prototype with blazing speed. It's kind of, then you got a genius quarterback. It's kind of inevitable, but they're going to be able to connect.
Yeah.
Then you got Mechie, who's NFL talent that's going to occupy some of the attention off of it. You got NFL caliber linemen, NFL caliber running back. It's kind of like a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Plus, you fit the mold of the Jerry Judys, the Devontaes, the Harry Ruggs, the Waddles. You fought the John Mechie's. All of these guys fit the same mold. It's kind of crazy to think about, but it's just, you know, and just to think like Bryce Young fits the same mold as the Jalen Hurts and the Tuas, the Mac Joneses. They all had a little piece. He just happened to be a little piece of all of them put together.
Yeah.
Did that play into Jameson's decision at all?
Yes.
Yeah, the Bryce Young.
Because he knew him from high school, though. They did camps together. Like he actually threw to Jameson at a 5-star rivals camp out of high school. Yeah, Bryce was a junior and he was a senior.
Did Bryce contact Jameson in the portal at all?
I have no idea. Man, it happened so fast with Alabama. Honestly, when Nick said, "Hey, Jameson, how you doing?" He called me and was like, "Pops, Alabama." I was like, "Man, what are you thinking about?" You know, he said, "Let me see what's going on." But by Friday, it was roll tide.
So it was pretty much
1 week. 1 week.
But it was
Roll
pretty
Tide.
much Ohio State and Alabama, like, since he was a junior in high school. Like, that was it. Those were the two. And I find that interesting. So as a parent, when you're sitting there looking at that, and you have a kid who's going through the process, whether you all identified that, whether he all identified that, looking at the history that both of those programs have at that position over the last 10, 15 years. Rich is all get out. Maybe some of the richest outside of LSU.
And Clemson.
Yep.
Right? And Clemson, right? As a parent, did you kind of guide him that way, or did he feel that and make that decision himself?
Since he was 7, we've been building a brand.
Right.
A brand, you got to have a plan.
Right.
You got to be at certain places at certain times for the plan to work out.
Expand on that. The core tenets of a Williams plan from this age to that stadium. What was involved? What are the core tenets of it?
First, we're going to outwork everybody, every day. When everybody's sleeping, you're probably going to be working. That's why when the play is over, you can snap back, go right back to the same form, run the same speed.
Right.
If you can outlast the man, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna beat the man. And then it's about this sports thing is more on branding, and the power of your brand.
Right.
So it's important that the kids make sure they keep their nose clean, make sure they study hard, make sure they get a good rapport from teachers, coaches, things of that nature. It's all about the coaching of that and the parenting. I just took a liking to a lot of that because me and my wife were former athletes, so I kind of knew what we were missing to be able to flourish into what people quote unquote thought we could and thought we shouldn't be. So I mean, it's a lot that goes into it.
Right.
How much of that being an ex-athlete with you, and not even ex-athlete, a seasoned athlete, I'll say that because you're never an ex-athlete, but how much of that goes into, hey, Jameson, this is the way that you work, this is the way that you study, this is the way that you keep your nose clean because it worked for you? Or did you let Jameson kind of fill that with some bumpers on the sides that you guys kind of put in place to allow him to kind of see that this is the road that I need to be on without mom and dad?
Still today?
Yeah.
I mean, still today, you see these young kids out here, you think about it. Young kid get drafted at 21, 22 years old, you stick $10 million in their pocket. These kids, they had 50,000 at one time. And you done gave them an access to endless amounts of money in their mind. Some people are not grounded enough to be able to control yourself and to be able to monitor yourself. It's almost like church says, govern yourself accordingly. And you definitely have to govern yourself. You always have to be in control of you, and that's what I've always taught them. To make sure you stay in control, stay focused on your goal.
That's awesome. That's good stuff.
So let's go down to football day-to-day mechanics. How often are you in touch with Coach Saban, Coach O'Brien, receiver coach?
I stay out of the way. That's not my job. My job is to keep the kid right.
That's the same thing Craig Young said, Bryce said. So flip that question. Do you and Jameson have a ritual? Like you have a conversation Friday night before the game. Do y'all break bread a certain day every week? Do you give him notes to think about on the bus ride? Do y'all have a ritual, you and your son?
Yeah, I usually just give him words of encouragement, hit him with something positive and see if he feel it. I can usually gauge what type of game we're going to have from the response I get.
And I was just
I'll tell you what though, man, that honestly, the kid having gone through the process, the kid gets enough. You're in meetings every day, you're in practice every day, from an X's and O's standpoint, preparation, game plan, all that stuff. There's always that side of things sometimes where just showing them some love, just giving them a little bit more.
It's life.
I did that with my dad.
It's life.
And it's that confidence that this guy, outside of everybody you've been around, coaches, everybody, who's involved, the person who brought you into this world, raised you up, been through every step of the process. The only person who can say that, doing that, that's powerful, man. That's a good little nugget for any dad.
So let's take that.
I know where you're going. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bryce. Go ahead.
So this is the question George asked Craig, which I thought was just a really unique question. When you're in the stands, whatever that is, whatever seat that is, and you're watching Jameson warm up, outside the text that you guys kind of have pre-game to where hey, he's locked in, is there a time on the field that you see him either maybe he's hopping around a little bit, doing some one hits where okay, my guy's locked in, it's about to be a game? Is there a moment that, what moment is that?
When he come out the tunnel.
You already know when he comes out the tunnel.
When he come out the tunnel, the way he walk out that tunnel, I know if it's going to be trouble for somebody on that other side.
Is that the pregame tunnel or is that like right
That's
before
period.
kickoff?
No, that's period.
Yeah.
He going to have a certain bounce about himself, and you're going to see him get real yanked up, and it's about to happen.
How early are you in the house?
We usually there a couple hours before the game, like right when he getting stretched, and before the first time he come out the tunnel, we like to see that, to kind of like gauge him. And if he go back, I might text him and be like, "What's up, bro? How we doing?" He'd be like, "No worries."
Yeah.
So
you can tell. I think it might have been Trevor That'd be scary. I think it might have been Trevor Knight who said he wants to watch Smart and Saban their first 30 steps out onto the field. Gauge that you're saying same for your son. As soon as he come into the Lions den, you just want to gauge and see you understand him to that well, body language wise. All right, he's feeling good versus somebody's in trouble.
Yep.
That's a killer. That's a killer.
Who do you think, in terms of, especially both you and your wife being athletes, is your wife hard on him? Are you hard on him? Are y'all both all love?
Good question.
How does that dynamic work? Both y'all being athletes.
We the perfect team.
Yeah.
When I'm hard, she's soft. When she's soft, you know, when she hard, I'm soft.
Yeah.
You know. So we the perfect team.
That flow.
Yeah. It's always good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, so it depends.
It just depends on the situation, you know.
What do you want from him this coming off season? So I know you guys are going to go back to the table, the drawing board. He's coming back next year, or is he eligible coming?
He's eligible to come back.
Oh.
You tried that.
You say it again.
He's eligible to come back. You tried that.
Yeah, he's eligible to come back.
There we go. So that's why you laughed, because you heard what he said, didn't you? Yeah, I feel that, bro.
I feel it. So it's a big week. We're gonna handle business tonight.
Yeah,
but it's a big week at the Williams headquarters.
Yes.
Pull resources.
Yes.
Pass it out.
Yes.
Make assessments.
Yes.
What is that process like, and when do you begin putting that together? Just at least to get it in shape, or is it already done?
It's gonna be a bang thing. No, it's nothing finished until January the 17th pass. Or he says, guess what, y'all? I'm coming back for another run at it. I mean, you know, and that's all I can say, because ultimately the kid's gonna make the decision.
Right.
You know, did he fall in love with the place enough to where he say, hell, this was fun.
Right.
You know, I want to do this again. Or is his dream, do he really want to follow his dreams and say, this is what I've been working hard for since I was 7 years old.
Right.
This for all the 6 o'clock workouts before school. This for all the workouts after practice. This for all the times I had to do sit-ups and push-ups, and my daddy wouldn't let me eat until I finished all my sit-ups and push-ups. This for all the times I raced my sister and my brothers to the car. This for all the times they said I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
What would you do?
I'll find that horse. I'll find that horse. Last question for me. I know these guys got some more. Who does he model himself after, receiver-wise?
That's a good question I was going to ask.
Who was on his wall as a kid? Who was he talking, Dad, I'm such and such in the backyard? Who did he model himself after, game-wise?
At Big SG Mo. 1 of 1. Don't forget it.
101.
He doesn't play it.
101. So did he pull? He didn't pull anything from anybody that said, "Hey, this is what I want."
Well, who did he like watching? Maybe
he likes Odell's flash, but he don't play like Odell. To me, if you really want a great assessment, he pretty much runs like Jerry. He runs like Randy Moss. He pretty much likes to go across the middle like Jerry Rice, and he just got a mean streak about him that's just impeccable. You know, it's like I gotta win or else. You know, he's like a perfect mixture of a few guys that I can see. It's not one guy that I can see in him. That's why I say 1 of 1.
We watched the show all year. I've been impressed as hell. It's been awesome.
I can't wait.
I wish I could do it.
I can't wait. Well, thank you so much for coming.
No problem. Well, last question.
He does this to me every time. I try to help
George dying up.
I'm killing it. Every time he gets this thing all wrapped up, I think we're set. I'll come back in. Game-wise, your impression. Will Georgia make adjustments on how they play your son? Do you anticipate more bracket double team? Or do you think they say, we just run it back and see how it goes? Or what does Jameson anticipate?
We don't care. We want to do whatever it takes to win. If it's blocking, we want to win. If it's doing a kickoff, we want to win. A handoff, we want to win. Catching the pass, we want to win. Decoy, we want to win. Bottom line, we want to win.
Retweet. It's a we thing.
So you got a prediction you want to throw out there?
We want to win.
This is James Williams, proud father of Alabama's biggest weapon, Jamison Williams. Alabama football, Crimson Tide, the Roman Army, they are in the house. They will be across the street here in a couple of hours. National championship game is upon us. We had a chance to pull the mindset, understanding the background from the early stages of molding a sports star and a great young man. Rarely do you get a chance to get such insight. What an honor to have you. We caught you last night on the cuff late. Comes in, carves out time on one of the biggest days for your family in the year to come share that time with us. We can't thank you enough. Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You got it.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks again for being on.
Hey, appreciate that.
Hey, let's keep rolling. We're gonna roll in right now.
We got pictures.
Pictures. Take pictures.
It's in pictures. Yeah. You don't run the show.
No problem. Yes, sir.
That's my bad. Not taking part in the most important piece.
We got time? Sorry?
How was he related to live?
All right. We're still live. We're still live.
Hey, I'm standing off to the side, not paying attention, getting a picture with the big dog.
My man, come on.
Come on, sit down, my man.
Hey, we're rolling live. You gotta go. Let's go. Let's go. Right. Surprise, guys.
Position.
We're going from Rockstar Dads to my man
Matt.
You got a last name?
Cabanas. Matt Cabanas.
Matt Cabanas. Obviously not a Tide fan today, no?
Not today.
Not today, sir.
Georgia game though.
Matt Cabanas. So, on behalf of Trevor Knight, Bryce Petty, George Whitfield, the Field of 12 After Dark show, we're making dreams come true. Come down. Ellison Brewing Company down here in Indianapolis. What are you most excited about for your dogs tonight? Like, what's realistic now? No. Hold on before you answer the question. You got knocked out a mere 3 weeks ago. 40 plus points. Never even close. It was not close. Never even close.
That's egregious.
3 touchdown loss. And I thought they could have taken it up. But go ahead. You expect what? Realistic.
Redemption. Today is our shot at redemption. It's the comeback story. His little brother beating up on big brother.
So to be clear, you are the little brother. You as in Georgia.
I mean, look, we have to be honest. Probably yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like
We
the
came
honesty.
in as number 3.
Fair.
Michigan's never been too long.
Another argument will take up another day. Fellas, Matt Cabanas, fired up dog. Do we have questions for him? You guys?
I mean, I think I would just want to know pregame ritual. I mean, what are you into right now leading up to the game? What do you typically like to do? And then what do you expect on the game, or at least on the field?
You're 5 hours from kickoff.
So I'm going to start with whiskey. I'm going to continue with whiskey.
Yes.
And then I'll probably end with whiskey at the end of the night, and hopefully champagne. You know,
A lot of nuance to that.
Yeah, exactly.
The build up, a lot of
I like
nuance,
to
a lot of
diversify my portfolio.
real diversified.
I like to switch it up.
A man of many investments.
I did notice the cherry on top that he hopes some bubbly. You anticipate some champagne. I mean, you can technically need some champagne right now if it's going.
I do it. Let's toast it.
You would have toast. So you anticipate raising a glass of champagne in the traditional sense that your team won.
Yes.
You feel that?
Yes. Now, I'm not always right in my gut feelings. You know what I'm saying? But
I hope. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. Okay. I'm going to pray to the football gods, and we'll see how it goes.
You should have been prayed up before you got it. That's all good. So, Georgia wins tonight if what happens?
If we outscore Alabama. If our defense can hold up, as long as we get more points than they do, I think it's a good shot.
I love it.
Now, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you think your alcohol consumption prior to kickoff has any play in the outcome of the game?
Definitely. That's what Spirit's all about. You ever, in Elf, when he has to have what is it, Spirit to fly the sleigh? Yeah. That's what it's like today, okay? If you believe, if you build it, they will come.
I heard that. I love it.
And we're all sports guys here. If you build it, they will come.
If you sip it, they will win. You feel me? I love it. I truly hope your efforts here and over there carry on to their efforts inside there.
I appreciate it.
Roman Army be damned. You are doing your part.
Appreciate
you are doing your part.
Matt, you can't do it all, man. That is pure gold, gentlemen. If you haven't been tuning in with us all day, and you catch that little snippet right there, that's pure gold. That is a dog fan. And he said this is his first Georgia game. Who knows if he's ever even seen a Georgia game, been to a Georgia. I think he just went and bought the jersey because they were coming to town.
Probably.
But the dude's got more spirit than most of these people in this whole city.
My man said the elf spirit to help drive the sleigh.
My favorite was an undiversified portfolio of alcohol. whiskey, champagne.
So guys, we've talked a lot today. We've covered a lot of topics, but there's a reoccurring theme with some of our guests that we've had on. The dads talked about the transfer portal and what the mindset is. It seems like we keep hearing the goal of all of this is to get to the NFL. So let's take Bryce Young, a guy that just won the Heisman. He's got a lot of upside. He's still young. If it was today, with the way the NFL's going, moving more towards a spread offense, the things that I think play in favor of Bryce Young's game, what is the system, the program, the team that you see Bryce Young fitting into right now, and even a couple years down the road when he's eligible to go in the NFL?
I think he can go in quite a few systems. I don't want to say, let's just be honest, he's not going to go into every building and come out into every huddle. But Mac Jones is really laying a blueprint to a lot of other teams with a kid who's not a behemoth, he's not a Superman, he plays like one, he's not physically a Superman, smart, processes, great leader, accurate as hell. What the Patriots are doing with Mac Jones, who would be hard to say one physical thing he does, like you got to write it down and send it to somebody. What they're doing with him, you could do with this kid right here. And he's probably a better athlete. So I say there's no problem. He's going to have a future. Yeah, there's no problem. He's going to have an NFL future. You're probably talking West Coast tight ends, probably controlled, veteran coordinator.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, coming from, that West Coast Billy-O system, I mean, that's the Parcells and everything else coming down that trilogy. But, to your question, and to George's point that he's not going to walk into every organization to come out of the huddle. But to me, a Kellen Moore-esque type of offense for him where you have, your stick routes from your tight ends, you have a couple of over routes from your inside guys, running them out, doing what Kellen Moore does with that on a Sunday to Sunday basis, I think fits him really well. To your point on the Mac Jones deal, Mac is great in that system because he's got a real quick release and he wants to distribute the football. I think Bryce has a little bit more intangibles that allow him to get
Here we go. Here comes that train. Here comes that train we were talking about.
Ain't nothing finer in the land. Ain't nothing finer in the land. Than a natty-seeking Georgia fan. Than a natty-seeking Georgia fan. You all know.
That wasn't as good as the previous one. That wasn't as good. That wasn't as good.
That's not even possible. I can't pull
that chain losing a little steam.
That chain losing a little steam. So to the point,
It'll be a couple bucket of balls.
everybody kind of agrees. Bryce Young's got an NFL future. It's a couple of teams. What does that look like? Let's flip the script. Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett has played himself into a starting role at the University of Georgia. Tonight he can go out and be a national championship quarterback. Does Stetson Bennett have any ability to make an NFL roster? If so, what does he have to do to get to that point? To stick around, to make a practice squad? Does he have that ability?
I just think he needs to play the game that he's playing. Honestly, I think if Stetson goes out and wins the national championship, keeps everything rolling, I think he's that perfect guy you keep around. I want to kind of package both of these guys together because a lot of reports I've heard about Bryce, he's a very cerebral kid. He understands things, willing to learn, pick things up from a processing standpoint that most young guys have a problem with. It's hard because I'm relatively further removed from Bill O'Brien. There's been a lot of change, a lot of evolution in his game and his experiences since I played for him in 2013. But I know that if Bryce is as cerebral as a kid as everyone says he is, and he has a resource like that, understanding his pedigree and where he came from, if he's not tapping into that in any way, shape, or form, I think that's a detriment to Bryce. I think he definitely should. And if he somehow hears this, he should definitely go and pick Billy O's ear as long as Billy O's and Alabama in Tuscaloosa deeper. Find out about Tom Brady. Find out about those years with the Patriots. Talk about those things because Billy will do it all day long. I think Bryce definitely translates. I think it's a great point, astute point that the game's shifting. I think a lot of these coaches are getting smarter too, where they will build the system around that position. They'll figure out a way, this is what this kid does well, this is what this kid doesn't well. We're no longer stuffing pound 2, 7-step on rhythm timing comebacks down a kid's throat who's been running an RPO off platform. Let's throw to green grass, let's figure it out type system. They're not doing it anymore. Not only because the quarterbacks are doing it, but it's filtering down to every position. This is a way deeper conversation that I can get in and I can talk for hours. But ultimately, I think Bryce's game translates. I think there's a lot of similarities. I think he can do exactly what Jalen Hurts is doing right now. I think he can do exactly what Tua is doing right now, today. Let the kid develop, see what happens. His game transfers. And I think Stetson's game, he would be a heck of an addition. If only just for the fact that his story, the way he prepared, the success he had, he'd be a great guy to have in that quarterback room to support somebody, whether it be a starter, whether it be another guy. Support him, push him, and be a great pillar in the locker room.
So kind of the third leg of that stool. JT Daniels, sitting behind Stetson Bennett, obviously has a lot of talent. Another topic we've talked a lot about today, the transfer portal. Does JT Daniels enter the transfer portal? And if so, Bryce, I'll ask you this. We're switching it up here just a minute. Here we go. Our guest is here. We're diving in. How are you? Great to see you. Yes, sir. Roll with me.
So, to that point,
Lovely balmy Indy.
to that incredible point, Trevor Knight was walking us home with the quarterbacks. We will come back. Obviously, we got to make an adjustment. When a legend sits down with you, you got to go with it. Legendary senior writer for Sports Illustrated. I don't know how many Emmys and Oscars and Writer Heismans you own, but we're welcome and honored to have you, Mr. Pat Forty. Thank you for coming on, giving us a little of your time on a championship day. Let's just go right out of the gate. What are you most excited about for this matchup?
Well, to me, Georgia's played 13 great games this year and one stinker, and it's against the team they got to play tonight. So how do they rebound? What do they do differently? What's the mindset? You look around, you look at the fans, you listen to the players and coaches. I think they really think they can win. I think they can win as well. They got beat by 17 points, but there are certain things I think in that game that can be corrected. I think first of all, John Mechie not playing is a big factor. Easier for them to cover when you're focusing on Jamison Williams. And then I think they'll find different ways to heat up the quarterback a little bit and get to Bryce Young, and then you got to get him on the ground once you get to him. So, or at least force some bad throws. So that's to me, I think where the game within the game starts is right there.
So let me ask you this: we talk a lot of X's and O's, former players. That's all we know.
Right.
But your profession, you're really good at digging into the stories. Is there a particular story surrounding this game that our viewers wouldn't know otherwise that maybe you've dug up or you've heard about?
Well, I think we've written all the stories by now. Quite frankly, there's just not that much left new ground to plow with these two teams, especially Alabama that we've been writing about for years. But, I think that, to me, Stetson Bennett's personal story is fascinating. I talked to him in November, had a long sit down with him. He's great. He's got that cocky underdog, I was a walk-on, so what? I deserve to be the quarterback in Georgia mentality, and I love that. And he thinks he belongs. He's played like he's belonged most of the time, not that well against Alabama. But when he first got there to school, he got a half a locker. He was 122A, and another walk-on was 122B. They gave him jersey number 22 as a quarterback. He said, that was an invitation to either switch positions or quit. He's like, screw that. I'm going to be the best scout team quarterback you've ever seen. And, just had that mentality that I'm fighting my way up. And then he transfers to JUCO when he's, looks when they bring in Justin Fields. Fields transfers. He comes back. He gets recruited over 3 or 4 times. He's still standing. So I love the Stetson Bennett story.
Amazing.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Well, no. I know a lot of the questions surrounding this game are enticing. What I'm interested in is your take on NIL. What is this? We're about to kind of eclipse a full season into this wild west that we know of as the NIL. What's your kind of take on it? Where does it go from here? And then also, what have we learned in this year?
Yeah, well, we learned this year that it's mayhem out there, right? I'm sure you guys would have enjoyed having some NIL opportunities that some of these guys are getting. And I'm happy for these guys to get it. It's fantastic, and it hasn't ruined the game. NIL has not ruined the game. We're still playing. We still had a very good season. Now, it's dramatically changed recruiting. I think we've seen that, and we're going to continue to see that. I think Texas A&M is going big on NIL, Texas, USC, and you're going to see that reverberate in recruiting. I think that they've got to figure out a little bit of just how this is going to work, and if they're really going to have rules, and what are the rules, and how do you enforce them?
Right. And who sets it?
Yeah, I don't know. I look at all this, we're going to have the NCAA convention next week here, and they've got a lot to figure out. And it's such a slow-moving organization. How do you get your arms around this? How do you still give the players their opportunities and not just turn it into they don't want pay-for-play? And if you don't want pay-for-play, well, you got to figure this out.
Yeah, right. Mr. Foodie, if I had the ability to make you king of college football tomorrow,
I should be. Yeah.
Thank you. I own it. And there you go, sir. So be it. It shall be done. Yeah. What's the first couple things you do in regards to the playoff and our tournament and our sport? Power 5, Group of 5, expansion, etc. You think the best things to implement would be what?
Well, George, I would start with the expanded playoff, right? I go to 12. I like almost everything about 12. I love the idea, first of all, more inclusion, more teams in it, more fan bases that are involved and have stakes in it. The bowl games will matter more. The playoff games there's going to be more playoff games that will matter more as opposed to, people like, I don't really want to play in the Rose Bowl. I think we would move past that. They might say, I don't really want to play in the Duke's Mayo Bowl, but still, you'd have more games that matter. I like 6 automatic qualifiers.
Who would they be? Go ahead. 6 qualifiers. Who would they be?
Power 5 plus 1 at large, the highest ranked or whatever of the group of 5. I think that would be great. Then 6 at large bids, and then you play those first round on campuses. And it would be fantastic if you get Florida going to Penn State, or Baylor going to Clemson, or whatever. You would have a lot of fun intersectional matchups that I think would really add some juice. Those would be the biggest campus games you've ever seen.
So round 1 on campus.
Yeah.
And the top 6 hosts.
Yes.
Then you go into what?
Top 4 get a bye. So then 5 through 12 on campus. Top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 host, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then you go to quarterfinals. And shoot, I wouldn't mind seeing the quarterfinals on campus either, but I think what you would have, the bowl industry is so fixated, that I think you'd probably have quarterfinals in bowls, semifinals in bowls, and the championship like it is. It would all just be pushed back a couple more weeks.
So let me ask you this. If you've got your 6 automatic, you're in. Yep. They're not necessarily 1 through 6. There's still a committee that slots them wherever they go. So you got a Big 12 champion that could still not get a first round bye, even though they're a Power 5 conference.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's what I think.
And we were. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, you can do it that way, or you can do it where, yes, the conference championship means a little bit more because you will get that first round bye. But I think that's all. Those are details that can be worked out.
Yep.
And we were talking about it earlier, which is kind of a unique point. If you had a group of 5, almost like NCAA tournament, to where you give some of those conference USAs, the MACs, the WACs, something to play for, knowing that, man, it's going to be so hard. To your point, which I think is the right way to do it, you get 5 Power 5 plus an at large.
Yeah.
It's hard to get up there. So
I like that idea. That'd be great.
Their own national championship.
Yeah.
Five.
Yes.
I mean, man, if you're president, I'll be vice president. We'll just run this thing.
We got this. You show up at the convention next week here with me, and we'll tell them how it's going to work.
Would that not bring so much more attention to Boise, UCF, SMU, which is now Power 5, San Diego State? Why don't we look at that? The group of 5 realm is bigger than Power 5.
Yeah.
But all of these schools, really theoretically, however we do the model, you're saying we'll give you 1 chair. Yeah. Whoever's lucky enough to get through unscathed at the highest level will give you this 1 seat no matter what the model is. Right? How come we don't think about the group of 5 having its own tournament?
I love
do
the
they
idea.
want that?
I like that idea. I really do. Yes, all right, you probably have to compact their regular season to make that work, and they do that. I believe you could sell this and say, Mountain West, your top team is going to play the Sun Belt top team. MAC, your top team's going to play Conference USA. American Athletic is, however you work it out, and you have those teams play off, and people would watch it. I think the players would love it. I think the fans would love it.
Service academies, HBCUs, Ivy League. Yeah. Get them all in, and let's roll it and go play it.
I love it. Hey, Jackson State's getting players now. Let's put them on the field and let them compete.
That's a great point. Let's go back to tonight's game.
Yeah.
If you were to pick out 1 key matchup, or even 1 player that says, hey, if he does his job tonight, if that group does this job tonight, if they beat them, that's going to be the difference in the game. What's that key matchup or key player?
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to give you 2. Okay. 1, Nakobe Dean, who I think is phenomenal. So fast and smart and just flies to the ball. And if they use him in pressure situations, can he get to Bryce Young and can he get him on the ground? So, he leads them in sacks, but he doesn't have very many. When Adam Anderson went out of the lineup, that became a bit of a problem for Georgia, is getting pressure. So I think Nakobe Dean might be that guy. But then on the other side, here's what I saw in Atlanta, where the press box is, it's kind of almost on the corner, and you almost get an all-22 end zone look. Georgia's offensive line opened huge holes. Alabama filled and tackled brilliantly. Will Anderson was incredible. And they just got guys that flew to the ball and tackled. So can Anderson do that again? Or do those 5-yard gains become 25-yard gains like some of them did against Michigan? Those are the areas I want to see.
I think that's great analysis. Something that we haven't talked a lot about today. We're going straight to the linebackers. We've talked Stetson Bennett. We've talked Bryce Young. That's what everybody's talking about. But those linebackers, eliminating the other side of the ball from putting the ball in the end zone, I think, is great. Let's go to the coaching matchup. You got, obviously, Nick Saban, Kirby Smart. We've talked about it. Mentor versus mentee. He hasn't had success yet. None of them have. They have success away from him, but against him, it just doesn't happen. What is the key to the game for Kirby Smart to settle down, understand he's still a good coach, and go against his old mentor and be victorious?
I think you said the important two words, settle down. I mean, Kirby is a keyed up guy during games, and I think sometimes too keyed up. And I've seen him make some really questionable decisions against Saban and against Alabama, and I think he's in his head to a degree. You know, I mean, that terrible fake punt in 2018 SEC championship game. You know, just some other game management decisions that it's like, Kirby, what are you doing?
And Pat, is that emotion? Is that when emotion bleeds into the tactical look? Is that what that is?
I don't know for sure, but yes, I would say so. And I think he's just, look, Kirby knows how good Nick is. He's like, oh my God, I've got to figure out, I got to do something special to beat him, to beat the greatest coach ever. It's like, maybe you don't need to do something special. Maybe you got to just play to your strengths. And now, the one thing we've seen, Georgia always gets a lead. Georgia never holds the lead against them. So when it gets down to crunch time, is Georgia ahead, and then can they hold the lead? If they get behind, then are you putting Stetson Bennett in a tough position, and what's the play calling like then?
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, you know, we've talked a couple times on this show specifically about how, from an anticipation standpoint, the excitement about this game, to where, you know, Trevor and I were talking about it. I mean, it's been the last couple of years since we've been this excited about a matchup.
Yeah.
You kind of resemble that as well? Is this something that last couple of, you know, games?
Yeah. No, I mean, I love this matchup. I think it's great. Now, like the 2018 championship game, I thought was going to be an all-time classic. Clemson and Alabama, and Clemson just blew them out. Shocked me. But, like, I think these two teams are excellent. They both have a loss, but obviously Georgia's loss is to Alabama. But there's so many pros on the field. You got the Heisman winner. You probably got the #1 pick in next year's draft. And Will Anderson, Jordan Davis is phenomenal. The fan bases, I mean, look, we've seen Georgia fans are starving for this. They're dying to win a title. It's fine, you know, the Alabama fans, we've been there, done that. We don't have to go freeze our tails off. We'll watch this one at home. So I think it's going to be a Georgia crowd in the stadium.
So we saw a couple years ago, similar type excitement for the game. I would say up until this year, that was the most exciting game I was excited for. It was Georgia versus Bama. Yeah. You had the heroics. Jalen Hurts starts the game. He doesn't get it done. You put in Tua, Devontae. I mean, the storylines were amazing. You could very well see that same script on the Georgia side this year. Is Stetson Bennett not getting it done in the first half? You throw in JT Daniels. He's a hero. Who knows what we see tonight? That being said, I want to ask you this, and we'll probably got a few more questions, but who's your pick tonight and why?
My pick is Georgia, 24-20. More of a phone booth game than the wide open game in Atlanta. I just think they're able to contain the big plays. They don't have the coverage busts. You know, they had 2 or 3 massive busts. It was 10-0 in that game in the second quarter, and they let Jamison Williams just go on that post, and like the whole game just flipped right then and there. You clean those up, it's a much closer, more compact, tighter game. And I think Georgia will be able to handle the line of scrimmage. I think they're a great tackling team. They're going to hit Brian Robinson. I think they'll get to Bryce Young a little bit more. And I think it's time. It's time for Georgia.
A couple global questions about the sport. Take Coach Saban out of this next question. Who are the 3 best head coaches in college football?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, I think you got to start with Kirby because he's got the whole package. He can recruit like crazy, and then I think the product he puts on the field is really, really good. Dabo is more of a CEO, but he's a really good CEO. You know, now we'll see what happens with the staff changes. You lose Tony Elliott, you lose Brent Venables, you lose Todd Bates, you lose some things there. I've always thought Harbaugh was great, and he couldn't put it together until this year. You know, I mean, I saw what he did at Stanford. It's like, and then in the NFL, I mean, 3 straight NFC Championship games, I believe, and you come within a play of winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
So I think he's probably going back to the NFL. Just he's had enough time to squelch that, and he hadn't said a word. So we'll see where that
To
goes.
that Saban point, will you break it down for people at home? Because we just talked about how Dabo's had so much consistency. His staff doesn't just rotate. He's had 6-7 years staff locked in place.
Yeah.
Coach Saban's going to lose both his coordinators in about 24 hours. And he always does. And yet we're going to see him again in the playoffs or the championship game next year. Will you explain to fans how difficult that is to constantly have to replace lieutenants and still win wars?
It's incredible. I mean, it's unfathomable what he has done. Like, even if you just took the number of championships out of it, the staff turnover, the player turnover, the changing from a defensive guy to let's go score 45, and then I think it's just his interpersonal approach has changed. You know, with this team, Bryce Young doesn't want to be yelled at, so he doesn't yell at him, right? You saw the Tennessee game, it's not going well. They're getting, pre-snap penalties. He's not making good decisions. Nick Saban goes, gets down, face-to-face with him, talks to him very calmly. That's not who Nick Saban really is.
Right. Wow.
You know? He's a headset.
I've never thought about that. But as an older coach, they usually get more rigid. Yeah. And you're saying he's starting to become more fluid in his thinking.
He's gone the other way, which is amazing. He's 70 years old and he's still changing all the time.
And controversially to that point, because you had mentioned Kirby being a little bit more emotional and that's sometimes getting him. If you remember that Michigan game, he was yelling at Stetson Bennett before half about getting the play call in, and that's not something that we're doing on the college football field. We're waiting on you to get the call in, so it's interesting, point that you make that Saban knows who his personality trait is. Yeah. And Stetson might be a guy that he needs to get yelled at, but you got to have some type of situational awareness, I think, to know when to yell at a kid and when not.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned Nick Saban. He's 70 years old, and he's still getting it done, and he has the wherewithal to get down and understand how to change his coaching style.
Yeah.
If you were to pull out your crystal ball, 70 years old again, how much longer is Nick Saban in the saddle? And second part of the question, when Nick Saban finally hangs up the clipboard, puts the whistle on, he goes and hangs out on the golf course or sits out on the lake, wherever he decides to retire. Does Alabama continue the dominance post-Saban era?
Okay. I'll say 5 years. He enjoys it. He's still really good at it. They're going to win it all next year again. He likes winning. And I think, like a lot of coaches, he worries, what do I do when I'm not just pedal to the metal 16 hours a day? What will my life be like? And, probably doesn't like what that thought is right now. So I'm going to give him 5 years. And then look, Alabama will always be great, right? They've won titles with Bear Bryant, Gene Stallings. You go back to the 20s and 30s, they went to the Rose Bowl 1925, all that sort of thing. They'll always be great. They'll never have a run like this. I don't think anybody will ever have a run like this again.
Fair enough. Last question for me. Conference expansion. In the middle of the night, we watched A&M and Oklahoma ease on over to the SEC, which is curious because we watched Texas take on Arkansas and got laid out. And Arkansas is maybe the middle of the SEC conference expansion. Are we going to see another earthquake coming again? What happens with Notre Dame? Is the Big 12 and the ACC, the next two conferences, to kind of evaporate because they lack the monsters in region? Pac-12 will always remain. Big Ten will always remain. SEC will always remain. What's going to wind up happening with the conference movement?
I'll start off by saying I think it's terrible. I do not like the conference realignment. I don't think it was good in 2012, and that's really when I changed my mind about whether or not players should be paid. Like, if we're just going to blow up the map because we can make more money, then okay, it's just about money and give the players some money. But anyway, to your point, yeah, I think there's probably more to come. I do. I think that there's going to be consolidation, streamlining, whether it's, people pick apart the ACC or pick apart the Big 12, or whether it's schools sit around and say, hey, why Vanderbilt, why are you here? Purdue, why are you here? Iowa State, Kansas State, why are you, get out. Oregon State, get out. I hope that doesn't happen, but it wouldn't shock me. It's become a very greedy, self-centered enterprise. And so you look at the conference TV packages, okay, the Big Ten's getting hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, mostly because of Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. So do we really have to pay the others? So I think we're going to have some more of that scavenging going on. What it ends up looking like, I don't know, man. We could end up with a super conference, we could end up with 32. I don't know, but I don't like what we're talking about. Notre Dame, good question. I think one of the reasons the ACC is dragging its feet on playoff extension, which it would obviously be good for the ACC, is they're trying to put Notre Dame in a corner and say, you have to join. If we go to 8 and we got 6 automatic bids, you only get a chance at 2 at-larges unless you join us, and then you got a better chance.
Notre Dame, why would you dance with the ACC when you're naturally here in the Big Ten and all your rivalries here?
Well, that's an age-old question. Big Ten is, they're like that, boyfriend that's just always wanted the one girl and you can't get her. You can't get her. Keep waiting. Someday she'll come to me. It never happened. And so the ACC comes in, and I do think they have an academic fit there. There's a lot of private schools. There's really good state schools. It's not the Big Ten. It's not a slouch academically, but the ACC is a little bit higher level. And I think Notre Dame, if you look at it from a football standpoint, we'd rather play the ACC than the Big Ten.
Oh, of course. And if we keep walking down that road, there was some rumblings about Clemson getting calls. USC and UCLA in talks. There's some small chatter with the Big Ten. Florida State, when they stand back up in Miami.
Yeah.
Those are all attractive pieces. Are they the next ones on everybody's board in terms of brands or must-haves when this round goes again?
They could be. If you're looking at what are brands, Clemson's an attractive brand. The Florida schools are attractive. The one thing, everybody's like, well, why doesn't the SEC just go get Florida State? Because Florida says, over our dead body. No, we don't want them in the same league with us. We've got the advantage by being in the SEC. We do not want to give them the same advantage.
Does Florida have that kind of power? Because A&M said the same thing about Texas.
Yeah.
We like the SEC because, and now Texas is it.
Yes, but Texas is a bigger deal than Florida State and Miami.
It is.
Yeah,
brand-wise.
And A&M just hadn't been as established within the league as long. Now, they didn't like it, but it's like, okay, we've been here 9 years. We protest, but so what? Texas is a $200 million, a year athletic budget with a giant fan base.
Well, how come they drag so much? Why does Texas, when do they get off the mat, and how come they're not a heavyweight program? There's not a thing on a checklist, and we've done this all season. There's not an omission that they don't have. Yet, they're a paper tiger and
massive underachievers. It's ridiculous how badly they have underachieved since Matt Brown stopped winning bigs in 2000. Matter of fact, real quick, I have to take responsibility. Mac, after they played for the title in 09, Mac let me come down for a full week. Total access, meetings, everything, practice. And then they just went in the tent and have never been back. My fault.
Hey, well, I actually had to thank you because that's been the best thing ever.
For both of us, really. If you look, Baylor is maximizing itself. A&M now is maximizing itself. TCU has had some runs. Where the hell is Texas? Oklahoma State.
SMU, all these programs in the state.
That's a great. It's not, you don't have a UT coming and slapping an offer on your desk and you being like, oh man, this is the coolest thing ever. Because you're going, well, I just got an offer from TCU. I just got an offer from Baylor. I just got an offer from, named on the list. And it's interesting.
Yeah, they've mismanaged their quarterback situation, and I don't know. It's just been a mess, though. It really has.
Well, we cannot thank you enough. Legendary sports writer.
Jordan's done that to me 3 times, man.
I've squeezed a couple at-bats in.
Pat coming in with the shirt.
Coming in.
The man of the people.
Legendary Sports Illustrated writer, Pat Forty, gracing us with time on Championship Day. We know you got a million places to be and a million questions to answer. We thank you for the small time you gave us
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you, Pat.
Questions. Enjoyed it, guys.
Absolutely. Pleasure. Let's grab a picture real quick. Let's get a picture. Guys, stay with us. We got a couple more minutes before we shut off for a little while. We'll be right back taking a picture. Appreciate it. Great insight, Pat. That was the best one.
We'll be back on in an hour. Pat Petty coming back.
Hey, 5 more minutes.
We're rolling right now.
Yeah, we're rolling. Bryce.
Oh yeah, perfect.
5 more minutes till we roll off.
The Big 12 fellas over there.
That's right. Hey, just so you know, 5 more minutes. We're gonna shut off for a little while.
The hour on this thing.
Hack's gonna go drink at least 15 beers. We will be back on for an hour-long pregame show, 7 o'clock, leading up to this big weight matchup. We will also be coming back live in our normal hour following the game for an hour on our After Dark show, immediate reactions. 5 more minutes, guys, to that heavyweight. What's the beer count? We got a couple minutes here. You guys just put out a tweet, and I think it's complete BS. They had me at 4 beers. We've been here for 4.5 hours. That's just horrible.
I think I'm at 14. I think I got 14 beers.
Bryce says he's at 14. We'll have that.
Have 9 of them?
We'll have that. Hack's still rolling. He's got a smile going.
Hack actually probably does have 14.
I think Hack's got 14. I'm not gonna lie.
It's on his 3rd can of snuff.
Hack is in the lead, but they're boosting this on social media.
This is the first half. I'm not gonna lie.
George is picking up. George is a big beer guy. He likes beer, but he would much rather be sipping on something like really upscale. Yeah. So we might get to that. I'm gonna go ahead and say Hack, no, I'm standing off stage. I think I've had just as many as Hack, and not a couple more. But I'm gonna pick it up here as we step away for a few minutes and get ready to go for our pregame show.
I'm so excited. The sun's starting to go down now. It's getting to be after dark. Starting to get me after dark.
And that's the whole thing about this game. There's a lot of atmosphere and hype that comes in a national championship, but then at the end of the night, you have ball. You have what we've been talking about all year long, which is who are the 2 best teams coming into the college football season, and do we get to see them match up at the end for it all? And we do get to see that. That's why I'm so excited. This has been great. Thank you so much. Obviously, Ellison Brewing Co., Field of 12, powered by Bet Rivers. But what it comes down to is Georgia and Alabama in the rematch.
And I'm just going to give you a little look here at where we are. We are at Ellison Brewing Company right now, home of the Dogs right now. We're down here. Come on down, join us. They got their chant. Where's that dog? Where's the dog? The dog jacket. It's OS. Here comes that train coming. Who's got it? Here it goes. Who's that coming down the track? Who's that coming down the track? It's me, Machine, and Red Light. It's me, Machine, and Red Light. Ain't nothing finer in the land. Ain't nothing finer in the land. Drunk obnoxious Georgia fans. And drunk obnoxious Georgia fans. Go, 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 go. Let's go. Right on time. That Georgia Bulldog train, it comes about every 30 minutes. They got a little bit more back now. They were sleepy earlier. They feel it. Yep. Here comes that train. Ellison Brewing Company, if you're out, you're moving around, if you're local, come down, get with us. Trevor and Bryce said they'll get you whatever you want to eat or drink. Hack will get you double of it.
Trevor Short's coming off at 7:30.
We postponed that a little bit.
Mid-key matchups, Trevor Short's coming off. Katy Perry, if you want to show up. I know you got PJ. You'll be here soon.
No better time. Katy Perry, if you're out there, let's rekindle this thing. Let's get this for real. He's more mature. He's at that point. At least a hello.
He won't wait a week.
I cannot wait. We are just now minutes away. Let's just take a quick, serious thought. You guys have been in big-time, heavyweight, prime-time matchups like this. most heavyweight matchups wind up at night. You're with your teams. Go back. What's happening right now? What do you have to manage about yourself, your teammates, the process? Bryce?
Yeah, well, I mean, we kind of go back to early morning. You know, you have your breakfasts, your final walkthroughs. You go back, especially in primetime games. You watch a movie, you take a nap, whatever you're kind of into. I was a movie guy, but now once it starts getting here, you got your pregame meal. You start loading up on the bus to go to the stadium. That's kind of when I started to clock in a little bit. I wasn't, cutting up as much, wasn't doing all the jokes. It was like, hey, it's game time. So as these guys start rolling underneath the stadium, man, that's when it's happening. You get to walk kind of on the field into the locker room. You put your stuff up, and man, it starts to happen. You start to wrap tape, put the socks on, go out get a stretch. You listen to whoever it is. You probably listen to Katy Perry. Hack, I'm gonna say that you were a Turnpike Troubadour kind of guy.
DMX.
Okay, I was a little off. But man, and then it's fall. That's the beautiful thing about it. There's a it just starts to get more and more exciting until now you put all that preparation in and you go play.
I'd say this: I hated playing games this late at night. You got way too long to sit on game day and think about the game. They'll wake up in the morning, they'll get team stretch, they'll go have a nice breakfast, go sit in the room for a while, take a nap, look over your notes, whatever it is. Go down, have lunch, maybe a walkthrough after lunch, go back, sit in your bed for a couple more hours. That's probably where they're at right now. All these guys sitting in bed, they're starting to see the clock. Okay, couple hours, we're getting on the bus and it's go time.
So what are you doing? Let's just go into it. In your hotel room, Hack said it, the work is all but done. Are you glancing over notes? Are you glancing over calls?
At this point,
Are you talking to family?
The movie guy.
Are you asleep? A movie? Are you trying to disconnect before you have to really connect? What is it?
The preparation's in. We always call it, I had a coach that said this all the way back in high school, hay's in the barn, it's ready to rock. If you're not prepared right now, you're not getting prepared in the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Hey, remove yourself from the game plan, relax, take some deep breaths. We used to kick our feet up, we'd have a couple guys come to one of the rooms, we'd watch college game day, we'd watch another game that's on, obviously that's not happening tonight. Throw on a movie, throw on something, get your mind away from it. You're out here right now. An hour from now, you're here. By the time you get on that bus, tunnel vision.
So I'll tell you what, never judge a book by its cover, Bryce. DMX over here all day long. Second of all, it's a crescendo. All day, I think it's a crescendo up until game day. You build it in, slow and steady. Ultimately, you want to hit that peak. When you come off that bus, you got all the fans lined up, you're walking into the locker room, and then it's business as usual. You've been there, you know what that story's like. It's going to be a little bit bigger here, yada, yada, yada. But at the end of the day, business as usual, stick to your schedule and keep it ripping. These kids are going to be ready to go. I know both of these coaches are prepared. They've been in this moment before. They're going to put that into their team, instill that into their players. These kids are going to be prepared. Probably had a little walk or something about noon. Little lunch, little walk, little apple, little banana. These kids are going to be ready to play. I'm excited for this game.
Are you touching base with family? Are you hitting dad up for a little word? Or like, Trev,
I was.
When do you go dark?
I don't talk to my dad on game day. I don't talk to my mom. I'm not constant communication. I got a brother on the team, so we had some cool stuff. We'd always sit next to each other at pregame meal. Like that was cool. Like just that was just our thing. Pregame, out on the field even, we had a little high five, like our routine. I would text my dad, and I mentioned this whenever Craig was on, Bryce Young's dad. I would always text my parents when we were on the bus. Something like, game day, can't wait to see you guys, this one's going to be fun. Something like that, because I love hearing back from both of them. Go get it, we're thinking about you, have fun. Like that just gave me a little extra piece of adrenaline. That was our routine.
Well, that's Dad's was always aim small, miss small.
I was an isolation guy. I stayed in my hole. I was an isolation guy. I stayed in my hole, stayed in my lane.
I hope you guys are taking notes. We are almost there. The Field of 12 After Dark show. We're here at the championship game, the pinnacle. We got here. Come back with us. We'll take a quick break right here. Ellison Brewing Company.